Let's fucking go, lads!
Okay, Fergus. Anyway, let's see. I have my phone
Has
set
been
up.
posted in relevant channels.
Dude, it's private.
Where
They won't be able to
your
see it.
most
Moron, it's private. They won't be able to see it. I have my phone
has
set
been
up.
posted.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Imbecile.
Well, let's not be private anymore.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
go.
fine. Hang on, but you're gonna want to repost at least the link.
I personally blame liberals.
Yeah, great. Repost the link because it won't show anything right now. Okay. We are...
It's not.
I have never, ever set up this quick. That was 15 seconds or so. No views 19 minutes ago. Very interesting. Very interesting. No data. This stream will end shortly unless you restart it in your streaming software. I beg your pardon? Excellent start here. The state is suppressing us. Suppressing... Elon is suppressing liberal voices.
Suppressed.
It says we have excellent connection, yet I cannot view it on my own.
Clearly, this is the fault of liberals.
There we go. Okay, we're in. That was weird, and that might happen again. Of course my internet has to shit itself as soon as we start, but we're here. We're live. I barely tested this because this genius decided to post it before it was public. So, I'm gonna...
Look, listen, we're good. It's alright. It's...
Oh, okay, it's not...
There we go. He posted it.
It still doesn't show the thumb. This is so bizarre.
It's this link. It's this link, you dingus.
It's so bizarre. Usually the normal one works.
How bizarre! How bizarre! How bizarre!
Alright, there it is. We're in!
We're in! Ladies and gentlemen, liberals of all variety, welcome.
Don't do
welcome.
That, you don't do that.
Oh shit.
You don't
To quote every YouTube commenter ever. First.
Merrick, technically you're third.
With the second.
Merrick is third.
Is close but no cigar. We figured it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for y'all to file on in here. File on in here.
What is that? What are you even? What is the accent that you're trying to do?
Southern.
That's like half Russian, half German. So just Russian, I guess.
No, man.
Congrats on choosing
Firstly,
a reasonable
what makes
time
you think that I'm anything less than an intelligent being? Firstly, I am... Congrats on choosing a reasonable time. We really tried. We really did. We did. I had to take the whip to him.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the stream is... Oh! I don't know if it's loading or it's just black on my phone.
I think it's just on your phone. It looks fine on my end.
Okay. And furthermore, Mr. President, I may be too late, but I'd like to inform you that members of the general chat have been colluding to spam your DMs with furry pornographic content, including Winston himself. Who's Winston?
I'm assuming that's you. I'm also going to
Winston.
Ignore that. You are now.
Oh, property in Winston. Property in Winston? Property in Egypt.
I know not. And also
yes, hold on. One of the individuals that just joined TSR. Yeah. I know him from the PL server. I call him the gay European.
So just a European.
Is he gay?
Just a Dutch guy, really.
Guarantee. I think he's Russian.
That's horrifying.
I have no idea. But anyway, my recommendation is to have them watch the Star Wars Christmas special. We should do that.
I'm not doing that.
This upcoming Christmas, we should do that. Server watch party. But no, since we have a decent amount of people here, ladies and gentlemen, people of all stripes and colors, welcome. You thought he was going to stream Wolfenstein, the new Colossus. You are wrong.
Not the new
You are
Colossus,
just
the New
wrong.
Order, but close enough.
The New Order. The New Order. You are wrong. You're incorrect. You will not get my favorite clip of the entire series, which is Blaskowicz's dad going, they took away all the Jews and the coloreds and the queers. Real scene, by the way. Can't wait for you to get
They
there.
will get it eventually. I have
We
been
will.
playing through... Oh, dear, that's bad.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no. Is it?
What?
Is it? Are we here? Are we live? We are.
We should be live.
It wouldn't be an
It
Arken
wouldn't be
stream.
an Arken stream without technical difficulties.
Yeah, my internet was perfect until I started to stream. I mean, really. Remember, whenever they say Jews are God's chosen people, they mean we're his chosen punching bags. They never say what we're chosen for. Anyway.
You are chosen to suffer. You're chosen to suffer. Oh, we're back up to 12 people. Welcome, ladies.
Splendid.
There are no gentlemen here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the other way around. But anyway, so I've been playing through Wolfenstein: The New Order on my own. There's 2 timelines. I'm playing one by myself, and I'm doing the other on stream. And then I'll buy the new Colossus for $40 fucking unless I can find a sale.
Or get the old Myanmar discount.
The old what?
What?
What discount?
You know, the Myanmar discount, the Glock in hand discount, the
I think I'll pass.
black and white discount.
I think I'll pass on that. We're still live. All right, we have.
All right, we good.
10 people.
We got 10. Are we good to go? Are we gonna transition now?
No, that's not my my particular bent, but sure.
Are you gonna put the slide on? Are we gonna start talking about?
Well, you are
what's
because
going
this
on?
is your section.
Well, yeah, it is.
right,
It still
we
says
are-
this stream beginning soon. Please stand by.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna turn off that screen. We are in analysis mode. We have begun.
We are in anal cis mode.
I'm ignoring that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. How was the Super Bowl? I loved watching the Kendrick Lamar show featuring the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Who enjoyed the Super Bowl? Let's get chat working. Who had fun? Crickets? None? Nobody?
Here, I can even do it because I have because we're in a Discord call. I can even do the default.
Wow.
We're cutting out, of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? Wouldn't be
Jimmy!
the American stream if we weren't cutting out.
Who's cutting out? Which of us?
Probably both of us. Knowing my incredible luck, probably.
Gotta love it. Gotta love nothing more than utter nonsense.
Seems to be working fine.
I think our view count dipping from 9 to like 12 has everything to do with like people like closing the stream and rejoining it to see if it's just an issue on their end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not paying attention to that number right now. I don't give a shit.
Who cares? Well, anyway. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoyed the Super Bowl. We're back. We got a lot to talk about. We're on Fireside Chats. We really need like some background music or like background sounds, you know, like
we will
like a fireplace.
find that.
Like
at some point.
everybody come in from the cold, round the fireside. We got stuff to talk about. Come down, come down. No,
Grandpapa has a story for you.
So, we're gonna get started. I guess nobody gives a shit about the Super Bowl, and that's fair. I didn't watch it, but I'll tell you a couple things that I did watch. I watched Philadelphia celebrating their win over the Chiefs by trashing Philadelphia. just
Very Pennsylvania thing to do.
very Pennsylvania thing to do. But then, and a little bit more interesting, Kendrick Lamar's halftime show. And that's kind of where we're getting the inspiration for this bi-weekly
For the moment.
bi-weekly stream. The revolution will be televised. And that's going to kind of be the theme of today's Fireside Chats. We got a lot to talk about. We are going to talk about the halftime show a little bit. We are going to talk about starting with Elon raiding the Treasury Department. We're going to talk about rage, what it means to you and me. We're going to talk about the deportation of migrants. We're going to talk about Hotel Gaza, set to the tune of an excellent song. Totally won't leave you depressed. We're going to talk about press freedoms evaporating. We're going to talk about the January 6th pardons. We're going to talk about Doge unconstitutionality. And then we're going to leave off with some personal thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right into it with the revolution will be televised. So, Kendrick Lamar had an excellent halftime show in the Super Bowl. And one of the first things that he said whenever he introduced himself was the revolution will be televised, which is a riff on I think it's a 90s rap song, which says the revolution will not be televised. Right?
Let's see. Let's actually find out. 1971. 1971. The Revolution Will Not Be Televised is a satirical poem and black liberation song by Gil Scott-Heron, first recorded in 1970 for his album Small Talk at 125th and Lenox.
But no, reread a little bit more about it. See if it divulges his thought process saying the revolution will not be televised.
I thought you had that.
Well, I thought well, you have the Wikipedia article up.
Let's see, references to the song. Yeah, I do have it up. The Wikipedia is really bad at talking about songs, usually just explains how it was recorded. The song's lyrics either mention or allude to several television series, blah 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 blah. The song is a response to the spoken word piece When the Revolution Comes by the Last Poems from their eponymous debut album, which opens with the line, When the revolution comes, some of us will probably catch it on TV. And that's all it's got.
Oh, fair enough. Well, the point is, back then, is that, like, state-controlled media, you're not going to... If you are reliant on an intermediary to get you your news, like the media, you are highly unlikely to be tuned in as to what's actually going on. You will need to be reliant on word of mouth. Nowadays, we don't really have that problem because social media is a thing, right? And I think that's what Kendrick is speaking to in his first line whenever he first says that, because he is an artist of surging popularity. I don't particularly listen to him, but to say that he is having a cultural impact at this present moment would be an understatement, and it really ties into politics as what we're going on here. But most importantly, yes, the revolution will be televised, not necessarily through CBS, CNN, or Fox. It's going to be televised by what we see on our phones right here and now. And then he also says, you picked the right time, but the wrong guy. Who else is in that? Who else could he be possibly referring to other than Trump? Who was there at the Super Bowl? Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, battle lines are starting to be drawn. And I don't even want to say starting to. They just are. They are being drawn. And the culture war is turning from a let's pit people against each other to fight and bicker amongst themselves while policymakers get away with doing shit, and is now pivoted to creators using their online spaces to rally their crowds.
Hey, it's us.
It happened with Casey Neistat. What?
It's us.
We started with Casey Neistat all the way in 2000. Like, for popular consumption, we started with Casey Neistat all the way in 2016. And it's starting to come full circle. While fucking Drake was getting absolutely dumpstered by Kendrick Lamar in the halftime show, while he is getting the entire stadium to chant "They Not Like Us," fucking we have other creators like Kanye West having a schizo mental breakdown and having his Yeezy apparel brand clear out its entire inventory, its online store, and displaying the only item for sale to be a white T-shirt with a black swastika on it. These are battle lines, folks. This is what's going on. Creators are rallying people to the cause. They have seen over the past 20, probably 50 years, how people, influencers, people of high status, can rally crowds around them and get them to do whatever they want. From parades to protests. And soon, if we ain't careful, it could be violence in the street. It could be Charlottesville with Kanye at the head, or it could be, oh Lord, what was that other big or it could be Kenosha with Kendrick. So we're really starting to see the big creators come out, and they're not apolitical anymore. They're not just here for the sake of the game or the sake of making money, right? There are people with actual messages and actual platforms who are not going to be as ineffective as Casey Neistat in 2016. I'm really starting to see that we're having a grassroots movement here. So the clock has got to be ticking for MAGA, right? So it's, in my opinion, it's a matter of how much do they think they can get away with, because even their base is starting to crumble out from under them, which we're going to talk about later. Any thoughts at the present moment, Jacob?
I gave this section to you for a reason. The one thing I'll say is, and this is a line I wrote down in our... We decided to organize this one a lot better than the previous one, with not quite a script, but an outline, with sections delegated to one or both of us. This is Wilson's section. Yeah. But I had a line that I wrote down that if Trump is our Caligula or our Nero, Kendrick is the actor, the performer shouting at him in front of the entire stadium from the stage of the amphitheater.
Yeah. Except Kendrick ain't just talking to a couple 100,000 people. He's talking to a couple 100 million people.
100 million watched it, is what I read.
Mm-hmm.
There have always been political celebrities. I'm thinking of Bob Dylan, but never have they mattered so much. Never since the 60s, anyway. Not in the last 50 years.
Never have they become so polarized. I mean, like, who are your, like, Barry Goldwater supporters that are artists in the 80s or the 70s?
That's true. That's true.
You know what I mean?
This is definitely true.
We've got... Trump's got Ye and Elon fucking... Or Kanye. I'm not going to call him Ye on stream. That's and Elon is very much a celebrity. Let's not beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Dems, who have no leadership at the present moment, they've got Jon Stewart, they've got Kendrick Lamar, they're getting people by the dozen.
They always had Jon Stewart.
Oh, yeah. So, you know.
By the way, Artie said, look up HR 1161. I did. She says, I want to see you scream. I won't, but I will laugh. Let me turn on the display. HR 1161 to authorize the president to enter into negotiations to acquire Greenland and to rename Greenland as Red, White, and Blue Land.
Who the fuck
This was introduced by a representative from Georgia, from Georgia's 1st district, called Earl L. Carter. He looks like this. What do you think of when you see this picture? What do you think of what I think of?
What are you thinking?
I think he looks like if Viktor Orban took Ozempic. I had these images ready.
What the fuck?
Am I wrong? Like, I feel like there's a similarity there.
Oh god. Yeah, that's something.
They've got the same like hair parting from the middle and the same fucking awful like half smile.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jimmy says, honestly, I think that the celebrities who are coming out as political are almost always the ones who have activists like Neil Young or various 80s punk rock metal stars. Yeah. So we're in an interesting situation whenever it comes to influencers and celebrities who a couple things are going down. One, they realize they can make money by becoming political. Two, they're tired of everything that's going on. They want to use their platform to send a message. And three, it isn't just a left-leaning message anymore. Because let's not kid ourselves, right? Like ever since the Red Scare and McCartneyism, it's all been about dealing with the dangerous Hollywood lefties. Ain't just Hollywood lefties anymore, folks. Ain't. It ain't. It's so. Yeah, I thought that would be a great introduction before we really get into it because we needed something a little lighthearted to deal with what's about to come. Now, we're going to try to make this as entertaining as possible. But man, actually, I know a great way to segue this into the next, and kind of set the tone for the rest of the video. There's a line in Andor, and we brought it up in the script that we've read. And is it from Nemec's manifesto?
I don't know if he put it in his manifesto, but I will find it.
Was it Luthen Rael?
No, it was him. He was the one who said it. I just don't remember if it was in his manifesto. This is his manifesto. Here it is. Let me load this image. Threads, a site I have never used and probably never will. Here it is. So he's talking to Cassian Andor, and he says, "There's so much going wrong, so much to say, and all of it happening so quickly. The pace of repression outstrips our ability to understand it. That is the real trick of the Imperial thought machine. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than a single incident." That's what we were thinking of when we were preparing this stream.
Mm-hmm. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than a single incident. That's pretty much where we are. Whenever we say it's every day we wake up to something new coming out of the Trump White House.
Not every day, every hour at this point.
Yeah. Like, as a matter of fact, and this is something we'll get into in a minute, as we are basically organizing this bullet point of stuff that we've collected throughout the entire week, something pops up, or for the past 2 weeks, something pops up from the director at Project Liberal, and just we're going to have to talk about it. It's something that Joshua retweets, and we were literally organizing the notes of the very thing that pertained to what was going on, and we'll get into that in just a minute, right? But it's like it is every hour, every day. It's tiring, it's exhausting, but I'm gonna just keep it real with y'all folks, right? The fight's real, it's happening, stuff is going on, don't lose hope. And with that, we're going to segment right into slams fist on table, stomps boots on the ground, looks at the camera like a barrel monster. So Elon's going after the Treasury Department. Yeah, this is a bit old news at this point, isn't it?
It kind of is. Well,
Elon hacked the Treasury.
This is why we said last time that it would be a month before the next Fireside chat. That was maybe a little optimistic on my part. I thought I'd be doing Wolfenstein today, gameplay stream. I will do that at some point. But this sort of takes precedence a little bit. Because there's so much happening.
That reminds me, real quick.
Things like I gotta do some to respond to a thing in the chat. I have to show this because it's funny, but it's also mildly disturbing.
What is it?
Hang on,
Is it what Jamie posted?
No, here. Behold. According to our corporate overlords, the Gulf of America.
Oh yeah, the Gulf of America.
It's here.
Yeah.
You know what they said about how bread and circuses would prevent revolution? This is their bread and circuses.
So, and that's another thing. I want to talk to anybody, especially people who are new, especially people who are more right-leaning, who've decided to give these two liberal morons a chance to yap at them for probably several hours. Guys, we're wanting to focus on what's really important and what really matters here. And we're going to talk about the bread and circuses, and we're going to talk about the nonsense, and we're just going to address it for the nonsense that it is. I mean, hell, we yapped about that Elon Hitler salute in the last one, but it was in the context of this is bread and circuses. This, this is stuff to hide atrocities. We're going to talk to the meat. We're going to talk to the bones of the situation. We're not just going to let the stuff that's meant to be the cover, right? We're not just going to talk about that. We're not just going to be random Twitter lefties that go like, "Oh, Elon did Hitler's salute. That means everyone's fascist now." No, no. We're going to say that the entire Republican Party leadership is either fascists or they're cucking themselves to fascists, and we're going to prove it. We're not going to fuck around with any kind of culture war bullshit crap, right? I said in the last stream, let us be where the buck stops. Y'all need to go out and engage with people and either do the convincing, convince their minds, don't get mad at them, don't get upset at them, let us be that fine line. Let's be the 2 minutes of hate, get on and move on with it. You know what I mean? So a portion of this is performative, right? But a portion of this is also getting to the meat of the projects, getting to the meat, or to the stuff that Project 2025 is doing, getting at the meat and the heart of what's going on, and say, hey. And also that brings me back to the other point. This is supposed to be a recap of like what happens once every 2 weeks, right? This is not a breaking news story. This is a, hey, this is what happened. Who knows what's going on? We are cataloging the decline of the federal government and the American democracy experiment as a whole, if for nothing other than posterity at this point, to encourage the people who are here to engage with people, but most importantly, to provide a record, the best of our abilities, as to the real issues that's been going on and the minor things that have been used to hide these issues from the American public. Right? So I guess that's the elevator pitch. That's the mission statement. So yeah, we're going to talk about the memes. Yeah, we're going to talk about the bullshit. But understand, we're not getting hung up on it. We see it for what it is, and we're moving on from it. Right? Like, would you say that's fair?
I would say that's very fair.
All right. So the Treasury Department. Would you like to start us off? I've been yapping for like 10 minutes.
Yes. So, speak of getting to the meat. Here's some prime rib. Let me turn on the display capture here. This was a week ago. This was 8 days ago. Treasury Department gives Elon Musk's team access to federal payment systems. We'll get to Elon Musk in more detail. But let's do a little bit of reading. The Treasury Department has given Elon Musk and representatives of his Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, team access to the vast federal payment system responsible for handling trillions of dollars in government expenditures. That is to say, the entire federal budget, which I believe is $6.5 trillion. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told ABC News. The payment system, which is essentially a checkbook for the whole federal government, again, $6-something trillion, is a closely held operation run by career officials with a limited number of people authorized to access the information given it. Contains sensitive information about hundreds of millions of Americans. Every American, again. Mm-hmm. Senate Democrats, fiery conference. Yeah, fiery conference. Chuck Schumer, fiery. We'll get to that too. Chuck fucking Schumer. We'll get to that.
I need to wheel him into a retirement home, man.
We need to take him to a farm upstate is what we need to do. But I didn't say that. For legal reasons, that is a joke. But so I looked up, by the way, this guy, who is the current Secretary of the Treasury, appointed by Trump, who has allowed this to happen, who, by the way, all serious things aside, kind of looks like a, the mentor character in like a shitty B-tier superhero movie.
He looks like... You know who he reminds me of? Who's the actor that plays Gus from Breaking Bad? He plays the CEO of Vought Corporation in The Boys.
Oh god, his name is Giancarlo Esposito, is that it?
I think he looks like a white version of him.
A little bit. There's a little bit of
This
that
dude
there.
looks like he runs a chicken and meth empire.
A little bit of that.
Which state does he represent?
He doesn't represent anything. He's the Secretary of the Treasury.
Oh, where's he from?
He is from...
Also, is he the new Secretary of Treasury?
Yes, he's the current... He's from fucking South Carolina. That checks out.
He really does look like a meth and chicken farmer.
A little bit. Unfortunately, that's not what we're here to discuss. I wish we could talk about his face a little more. Didn't know you were doing streams covering this mad mess. Yep.
Hello, Saver Spentia Manu.
That's a name. Oops.
That is.
Sure that.
Welcome,
Okay.
welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Madhouse. My name is Wilson. He's Arken, and
Hello.
we're
Yes.
we're
So
having a blast, ladies and gentlemen.
let's be clear. I'm gonna explain what's happening here, and then Wilson can waffle some more. But Elon Musk, who is by the way, an illegal immigrant. He's a citizen now, but he came here illegally in the 90s, I believe. Elon Musk, who is an illegal immigrant, a son of an apartheid, either millionaire or billionaire, Errol Musk, who owned an emerald mine in South Africa in the 70s, which is not at all suspect.
Clearly.
Elon Musk, a foreign billionaire, has staged I'd say a violent coup. I wish it was a violent coup because I wish somebody fought him, but it was a non-violent coup over the federal government, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. Let's be very clear about this. I really hate the way the media is covering this. The Treasury Department has given Elon Musk and the representatives of his Department of Government Efficiency team access to the vast federal payment system responsible for handling trillions of dollars in government expenditures. Let us be abundantly clear about something. There is no such thing as a Department of Government Efficiency. It is as real as the Tooth Fairy. It does not exist. It's made up.
It's not real. It's not real.
You know that one clip? It's not real. You made it up. That's this. It does not...
You made those words up.
Huh?
The clip from the boys. You made those words up.
Or that. Whatever. Point is, it doesn't exist. If you look it up, if you look up Department of Government Efficiency, you can go here. Temporary Organization Overview. And their logo is a coin.
It used to be the fucking actual, like, Doge phase.
Yes. It doesn't exist. It has not been authorized by anything. The president says it exists. Congress has not voted on it. This is a very pretty building, but nonetheless, Congress has not authorized it. Nobody voted for it. Nobody elected anybody in that organization. It does not exist. The Department of Government Efficiency is a mafia organization. Not in the sense that it's killing people, not yet anyway, but it is a criminal enterprise. What it is doing is criminal. What they are doing is illegal. That is abundantly clear. Now, there is no rule of law anymore, so that doesn't matter, but what they are doing, this is illegal. And were we living in a functional democracy, everybody involved in this would go to prison for life. Or at least for many, many years.
Oh god, their headquarters is in the Eisenhower Executive Building?
Apparently.
I'm gonna throw up. That building is gorgeous.
I know, I just said that. Yeah, it's very pretty. What are we on about? We're on about the Treasury Department being effectively seized by Elon Musk, a foreign billionaire who was never elected to anything and is now wielding pretty much all the power in this administration. So what did we have here after the Treasury Department? This has not been received well. There have been protests in pretty much every major metropolitan area in the country.
Do you have the photos of the
I don't, but I will see if I can
Treasury
find
Department?
them. I'll see if I can find them. They've been everywhere. There were some in my hometown in San Diego. There was 1,000 people gathered outside the Treasury Department. There we go. 1,000 people. And there were more elsewhere. Now, I want to talk about some here. Here's this NBC article from February 5. Oh, it's not an article, it's a video, whatever. Lawmakers join protest outside U.S. Treasury. A month ago, we saw, or like 2 months ago, whatever, recently, we saw South Korean members of parliament, members of the South Korean parliament, jumping fences and brawling with armed soldiers in the middle of the night to stop a coup by their president. And they succeeded. What are our Democratic lawmakers doing? Let me see if I can find this. There's this one photo I saw which just bothered the absolute hell out of me. Here they are, making speeches outside the Treasury. Not demanding to be let in, as they are members of Congress and have every right to be there.
No.
They have...
No, to be fair, the signs are pretty funny.
The signs are pretty funny.
It is a slap of a wet paper towel.
It really
That's what we're
is.
seeing here.
Look at this.
This
Who
is
cares?
shame.
Congratulations, Elizabeth Warren. You look very funny, but that doesn't do anything. And Chuck Schumer over here, off his meds. But, yeah, I know. But that's not doing anything. Think about the logistics of this, if you will. Think about this. Elon's people are inside the actual building. We've seen it, you and I. We were there last year. Right before it started to fucking pour, and we got practically rained out of Washington D.C.
And you had what our friend thought was an asthma attack, and I to this day don't know what was going on.
That was I couldn't breathe. Is what was going on. That's a different story. But point is, we were there a year ago. Not even a year ago, like 9 months ago. We saw the Treasury building. It's right next to the White House. So there's this.
Very pretty.
It's gorgeous. We thought it was the White House, and there's this massive protest going on outside. This is good. This is a good start. But think about this. This building, the actual physical building where everything is kept, has been infiltrated by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, which, once more, does not exist. It has not been authorized by any sort of congressional power. It is a fantasy. It is a fiction. It is one man and his cronies. It's a corporation. Think of it like any corporation. Think of it like if Tesla was doing this. Or SpaceX, or any of other of Elon Musk's company, or Twitter for that matter.
I think somebody was referencing it and its employees as pilled up 21-year-old groypers.
That's a whole other thing, but I'm not going to waste my time on that. Yeah, a lot of the people who are quote unquote auditing this are like 20 to 25-year-olds. Who are very intelligent from everything I've seen. Like, there's one guy, Luke, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Farritor. Farritor, yeah. Hi, hello. You hear me?
Hold on. Just text me. Anyway, carry on. I can hear you slightly cut out.
That's fine. There's this guy, Luke Farritor, I don't know how to pronounce that, who is helping audit the Treasury and these other departments, and I've seen some videos of this guy. He's very smart. Like, he's done some really cool shit. He's also not qualified to be auditing $6 trillion in federal budget. Yeah, that's Elon Musk's dream team right there. But, oh dear, we have gotten quite a few viewers here. But think about this. Elon Musk and his cronies, and that's what I'm going to call them, they are his cronies, have infiltrated this building, among others, and they're occupying it. And they have somebody posted up outside. I saw a video of these Democratic congressmen arguing with this guard, I suppose, that they had posted up out there. demanding to be let in. He's one guy. There's like 100 of them. Why aren't they forcing their way in? If nothing else, make him hit you. Make a fucking scene.
Mm-hmm.
Resist, goddammit. This is why I'll never be a Democrat. I agree with most Democratic policies. I voted for Kamala Harris. I will certainly vote for whoever they put up in 2020, no matter how much I dislike them. Because the alternative is Trump or Trump's hand-picked successor. But, at the same time, they're so incompetent. They're so fucking stupid. They don't know what they're doing. They have no leadership. They have
Democratic
no fire.
leadership. Who do we have to rally behind? Nobody.
We have Chuck Schumer.
We had Biden, cool. We had Kamala, cool.
Now we have no
we
one.
have Chuck Schumer and Elizabeth Warren.
And
Wrong.
Hakeem Jeffries, who I like, but he's no leader. He's no Nancy Pelosi. He's fine, but he's no Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
I'm relying on my...
In particular, like Nancy Pelosi, but hell, I mean...
I didn't like her, but she was a leader.
True.
She was a leader in a leaderless
God,
time, and that's important.
We're in such weird position with congressional Democrats that fucking AOC is like a voice of reason. Can you fucking believe that?
It's weird. We have two, well, we have more than two, but we have two main representatives in San Diego, where I live. There's Sarah Jacobs, who is my district, and there's Scott Peters, who's more like the coastal areas. Scott Peters is a member of the newly formed YIMBY caucus, so I love him. Sarah Jacobs is a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. She's not amazing, but you know what? I really struggle to give them credit because the progressives royally screwed Kamala because lesser of two evils. But now that we are fighting Trump, they are actually pulling their weight.
Yeah,
They're really
only
good in opposition. But no, hang on. So, these guys have occupied the Treasury building. There are congressmen demanding to be let in, and they're not being allowed. So, the regime we live in now is... We have Elon Musk and his cronies, who are not elected and have no legitimate authority whatsoever, infiltrating a government building and pilfering the vaults, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
looting
the actual...
the treasury. Like
looting
the
the
robber
treasury.
barons they are.
Yes, exactly. Meanwhile, the elected representatives who we have selected to lead this country are not permitted. And that's bad enough. Those same elected representatives, with a few exceptions, are not willing to do anything other than make fancy speeches. Words will not fix this. We are past that. I am not an advocate of revolution. I am not an advocate of violence, even despite the title of this. I don't believe in violent revolution. I think they're usually bad. I think they don't really work. In fact, the only revolution that really did work and led to good consequences in the long term, until now I guess, was ours, the American Revolution. Name any other revolution, it ended terribly. But at the same time, when violence is introduced, it must be met with more violence. If our duly elected representatives are being kept out of the Treasury, like the actual literal Treasury, the actual building, if they're being kept out by force, you know what they do? They force themselves in. And
they have every right to be.
And maybe there's more than the one. Maybe there's more than the one guy at the door. Maybe, they start getting beaten with batons. Good. Good. Let them be beaten by fascist thugs on live national television. Let it be a news story for a week. Let them strike the first.
Cover it, because they barely covered these.
The media doesn't matter anymore. We're not living in the media anymore. The media is everywhere. The media is social media, and there it will propagate. No matter what Elon does, no matter what algorithms, that is the kind of thing you can't ignore. You have, let's say, 100 congressmen and senators trying to enter a building, and suddenly they're being beaten by armed thugs. That'll make the fucking news.
It will, because it'll suddenly go from, oh, old representatives sit outside to, or old geriatric representatives
Exactly.
who don't know what day it is are sitting outside ineffectually of a governmental building to old people are being beaten by fascists with sticks.
No, I mean, they had it, not old people. They had everyone from Chuck Schumer, who's in his late 70s or 80s, to Maxwell Frost, who was that one black guy who was standing at the podium, one of the pictures that I showed. He's like 27 or 20. He's the youngest congressman currently. So we literally had the entire span of generations.
You know that famous photo from the civil rights movement where there's like a fire hydrant that's going off and a police officer with biker helmet and aviators and a fucking dog that's lashed onto a black guy and he's like tumbling to the pavement?
I know
You
exactly
know that
what
one?
you're referring to.
I dare to see that today. That in front of the Treasury building would have been revolutionary.
And that's what we needed. Screw it. I know I'm asking people to step into the line of fire, but you know what? I have absolutely no hesitation in saying if I were in that position, if I were a U.S. representative, I go and I force my way in. And if I can't, I take the beating and I scream as loud as I can and get all the goddamn cameras on me. Because when you're a congressman, your job nowadays, it shouldn't be this way, but this is where we live now, and it can be used to great effect. When you're a congressman, if you're a senator or representative in the United States Congress, you're half lawmaker and half actor. So act, damn it. Go make a fucking scene. Steal the spotlight.
Y'all love to make a fucking scene in the middle of fucking Congress if it gets televised from time to time. So why not here? Why not now?
It's...
You know?
The entire spotlight is on the Republican side right now. And it's a very negative spotlight. It's casting them in a very harsh light. But you know what? People want things to happen. And not just in the, like, we want improvement for our lives kind of way. No, like, people are dumb. People want bread and circuses. People want shit to happen. And frankly, if they're entertained enough, there will be a large enough group of people that will keep voting for Republicans because they keep them entertained. Because they give them something to hate, they give them something to fight. And because they feel like they can't elect Democrats. Is there a double standard? Of course there's a double standard, but it doesn't matter. We can't be children about this. We can't be whining that the rules are unfair. Yeah, of course it's unfair. Life's unfair. Deal with it. Go into the Treasury building and get your ass beaten, or force your way in. Either way, you make a scene. The result doesn't matter. It's the spectacle of it that matters.
It's the fact that everyone will hear it forever.
If a Democrat representative or senator was arrested for trying to get the trying to enter the Treasury building, it would be all over getting attention, and it needs to be all over. Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely.
I dare.
They need to be attention whores a little bit more than they are currently.
Mm-hmm.
And when Trump has his... When is the State of the Union? State of the Union... I never remember. It's in, like, March, right? State of the Union 2025. It's on March 4th this year. Where is it? When is it? March 4th, 2025 at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When that happens, we need to have Democrats standing up and yelling at him.
We need to have Democrats walk out of the building.
No. No, we can't have them walking out. Later, whatever. We need Democrats shouting him down en masse. He should not be able to be heard. And they can be dragged out of the building then. They need to act like a real resistance. But they have a right to be there. They do. They can be dragged out of the building, but they'll be back. And they need to keep coming back.
I'm reminded of the last State of the Union address that Biden gave, where, like,
Marjorie
the
Taylor
House
Greene and Lauren
Republicans
Boebert,
had to be,
yes.
they had to be talked down earlier. Now Republicans, we need to be calm and kind and courteous. And they weren't.
You remember,
so I can't wait.
2000, 9 or 10 or something. You'll pardon me for this, but Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, I believe, shouted, "You lie," which was a massive news story at the time. He shouted that at Obama during his first or second State of the Union. We need that. Only it can't be one guy. It should be the entire party. The entire, all 215 of them, or however many there are. And then 100 or 47 senators. So, like, all 260 some of them need to be shouting, "You lie, you're a fascist," whatever. It doesn't matter what they say, actually. They just need to say something. That's what I keep saying. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter, because we're trying to avoid a violent revolution here, right? So, nonviolent resistance, what do? You just shout. You just make a scene. You just stonewall them. You just block them from doing anything to the greatest extent possible. Don't work with them. Don't vote with them. Deny them any power that you may have.
This is not
they
something...
they have enough power anyway. We can't be giving them more.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't something what?
I was about to say, this isn't something, like... This isn't something that can be bartered with or bargained with. Fucking Jon Stewart had a segment where he was like, "Democrats, what are you? What are you doing? Why?" And, like, it's shown this Democrat who was talking to, I think it was MSNBC, who's just like, "Well, the Republicans have the House and the Senate, so they've kind of been given a mandate from the American people."
Bullshit.
And he was just... And Jon Stewart was just like, "Welcome to American Democratic backsliding, featuring insert name of the representative."
Yep.
Why are we electing Democrats? Why are we electing these people? These are not our torchbearers. These are not the people who are going to fight. These are not the resistance. These are not the people who vote down a fascist. These are the kind of people who cement him in power. These are the people who are in the SPD and the Weimar Republic as Hitler became chancellor.
Well, in that case, it wasn't the SPD, it was the Conservative Party.
Fucking no, the SPD was just like, well, the Christian Democrats and the fascists have been given a mandate. So what can we do?
In that sense, yeah.
And then they got purged. Right?
Yep.
It would be a powerful as fuck statement if the fucking if the State of the Union address popped off and fucking Hakeem Jeffries led every single Democrat in the House and the Senate to walk outside and protest with protesters to see a half-empty, more than half-empty Senate hall as the president delivers his speech about how the America's strong and we're doing all right and we're going to be the best in the world.
Yeah. Somebody said, Arc Reactor said, Democrats need to take lessons from Mitch McConnell. I'll augment that statement. Democrats need to take lessons from Mitch McConnell in congressional procedure, and they need to take lessons from... Hell, I don't know. You know what? They need to take lessons from Joe Biden in speaking. Only not the one we know. 90s Joe Biden, or even 2014 Joe Biden. We will chase them to the gates of hell, Joe Biden. That's who the Democrats need to be taking lessons from. Mitch McConnell for procedure, and Joe Biden 15 years ago for speech.
For rhetoric.
For rhetoric, yes.
So guys, let's call this what it is. Elon getting the Treasury. Elon getting this. But this is what a fascist coup looks like. This is not us just throwing around the fascist word like the well had been poisoned all the way back in 2016. Oh, no, my friends. You call it what it is. This is something that had really bothered Jacob and I whenever we're discussing this, in the weeks leading up. Whenever we're, having our alone time, playing a little Minecraft, talking about our days, chilling, as good friends do, right? Where we're talking about the most recent episode of Jon Stewart at the time,
Oh
and
yeah,
he was
last night.
getting mad at Democrats for calling it fascism. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it is. All right? Just because the fucking Holocaust isn't happening right this fucking second, that cops are rounding up queers and Jews and being sent to death camps, doesn't mean that this is what it is. Fascism looks like Hitler bullying the fuck out of the Christian Democrats and bullying Hindenburg to give him the chancellorship. Everybody has got to remember that the regime lasted like 13, 16 years.
12. Well,
12 years, I'm sorry.
12 or 13, depending on how you count. 12 between
12 or 13
the enable.
years.
It was 12 years and a few months between the Enabling Act and the end of World War II.
So, like, we do not need to get hung up with the shit that they were doing in the 40s and the shit they were doing in the 30s. Fascism is still fascism. Brown shirts are still brown shirts.
Hitler is a bad
At what
example
point
too.
It is a bad example, but at what point, what is it going to take? What is it going to take for people to wake up and get through the mental haze of, oh, everyone that I don't like is Hitler. You liberals just call everyone that you don't like Hitler. Well, genius, could it possibly be that I generally don't have a problem with a whole bunch of people, and the only people that I really do have a problem with actually are Hitlerites? Like, when is it... I'll pose a question directly to you, Jacob. When is it going to break through the mental brainwashing that millennials and Gen Xers have been subjugated to? When is it going to break through the brain fog of the post-2003 Warhawk Republicans, right? When is it going to break through to the American public that their country is being stolen from them by the same people not only they elected into office, but we're saying we're stealing the country from them?
Yes. Well, I think it's started. I think it's started for a lot of people. It's...
You're damn right it started for a couple of people.
There will be a number of people who never really acknowledge it. My uncle, my dad's brother, he was here on Sunday, so 2 days ago, and he was having coffee. Coffee? I just almost copy. He was having coffee. I was having tea with my dad, and we were all sitting around the living room talking about what was going on with the Treasury Department, with the other departments we're going to talk about. And he's ooh, do I remember how old he is? He's going to be 66 this year. So he's getting on in years. He's
now,
very...
Your uncle and your father both grew up in the Soviet Union, right?
The Soviet Ukraine, yeah. My uncle was born in Kaunas in Lithuania because his parents were on a military assignment there, and then they moved back to Ukraine when he was 3. So yes, both my dad and my uncle grew up in Soviet Ukraine. My uncle is a very old-fashioned man, not in the sense that he's, like, politically conservative, more in the sense that he's mentally conservative. He's a Luddite. He refuses to adapt to the rapidly changing world. I live with my deep in Alzheimer's grandmother. She's across the wall from me here, behind my computer monitor. And she's like really deep in Alzheimer's, and she's gonna be 90 this year. He's still in denial about that. And in the same sense, I just think that's his way of dealing with problems. And the reason I bring this up is I think this is some people's way of dealing with issues is to just deny. And usually it is the people who are able to do that materially. They're able to live in denial because what's happening around them doesn't really materially affect them. We were talking, and he's trying to... I see the gears turning in his brain I tried to tell him, and it's pointless arguing with him, but I tried to tell him this. I could see the gears turning in his brain as he was trying to rationalize, like, well, there have been other people in the past who were unelected and held influence in government, and, you know, Trump ordered him to, and blah, blah, blah. He's not a Trump supporter. He hates Trump, passionately. But he's trying to find a way that this is okay, and that this is normal, and that this fits within the framework of quote-unquote normal politics. So in his case, that's like the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administration is normal politics, which was at the time, right? He can't cope with the fact that the rules are changing, that there are no rules, that there are no guardrails, that norms don't mean a goddamn thing, that the Constitution is a piece of paper, and that nobody cares that it's being violated. It doesn't matter. It's an idea. We could burn the original document and the validity of it would not change. It would still be exactly as strong as the people's will and the will of our government to enforce it and protect it. So how long will it take? For those people, never. They'll never, for people like my uncle, and there's a fair amount of those, wealthy, removed from real material danger, no real worries in life. Those people will never adapt. Jonah Goldberg, founder of the Dispatch, I like him, I respect him, but he really falls into this category. He was like, guys, it's clearly not a Nazi salute, he's just autistic. He's one of those people. He's a never-Trumper. But he just,
the Milo Rossi clip where
he just
saying, like,
can't,
my autistic homie.
he just like can't accept that, to some degree he can't accept that we are in a new America. We are in a different America than the one that we lived in 5 or 10 years ago. Hell, even 2 years ago. Everything is changing around us faster than any of us can comprehend. So instead of clinging to the past, we should acknowledge the fluidity and the liquidity of it, and the ever-changing nature, and just accept that we don't fucking know what's going on. Which is why we're here, which is what we're doing. We're trying to unpack all of this and make it all make sense, and we're kind of doing it live. Because I don't know what's going on, you don't know what's going on, none of it makes any goddamn sense. Which is why we're sitting down here for like 3 to 6 hours to try and unpack all of it. I mean, it's been, let's see, we started almost exactly an hour ago. We are maybe like a fifth of the way through our outline here. So it'll go a little bit faster for the rest of it, but still. The rules are changing.
We gotta get you all with the hook.
We have a lot. I'm gonna set the first super chat goal. Aodas, please let somebody else. Fiddle. There we go.
Yeah, that's my boy.
I appreciate it, but anyway.
Yeah, that's my boy. Always
I'll
remember, good soldiers follow orders.
I'll set that there. Anyway, let's move along. Do you want to introduce this next section?
Yeah, so we're gonna start off real quick. Well, not start off. We've been started off. We're gonna get to our next segment here, since it is what it is, and we've called it what it is, right? So now we're gonna start talking about agenda here, and the first and biggest agenda is rage. Show of hands in the chat. Does anybody know what the acronym RAGE stands for and how it applies to everything that we've said thus far? Does anybody know what rage talk is? Do you know what rage is?
I'll wait 10 seconds because the latency on this stream is fairly low.
Latency is 10 seconds.
Roughly.
Anybody? I know that it hasn't exactly been 10 seconds yet, but I'm asking. Open question to the chat. Rage. Does anybody know what it is?
For the record, I didn't.
He did not. Get that JD Vance clip ready. I want to show it here whenever we're gonna let some time pass.
We'll let time pass.
We should just see.
Somebody says they do.
That they know. Yeah. No one. Anyone else? Any other takers?
Receptor for advanced glycation end products. Valiant attempt, Arken, but no.
No. My board boy. No? Anyone other than Rez? All right, we'll spell it out for you. It's been a decent amount of time. It stands for Retire All Government Employees. Retire all government employees. So, what does that mean? Right? Beyond what it says on face value, what does that mean? There is this idea in 2025 called the unitary executive theory. And at the face value, it talks about the powers of the government being invested into one person who will have the ultimate power of authority. Right? It is almost akin to, if we're keeping the Hitler parallels, it is almost like the Führerprinzip, right? In Hitler's own writings. However, it's a little bit more sinister, and it's a little bit more deeper than that. So, the unitary executive theory talks about the usurpation of the administrative state for the purposes of conservative ideologues, right? Now, what does that mean, and what does that have to do with retire all government employees? So, I'm gonna explain a little bit, and Arken's gonna play a clip for you all here to kind of bring this all together. What this is meaning is that conservatives used to believe in small government, right? What is Reagan's famous joke? Like, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Nothing more scarier than that, right? But in this instance, it is conservatives have realized that over successive governments and administrations, that the federal government has been built up to a Leviathan beast, and if handled correctly, can create substantial change. Whether that's good change or bad change, it doesn't necessarily matter for the unitary executive theory. All that matters is that you can use this behemoth that is the executive branch of the federal government and use its enforcement power to enforce regulations, whether they be for the working class or against the working class and the people of the United States. He's going to play a clip now of J.D. Vance talking about being both sympathetic to the idea of the conservative idea of dismantling the government and small government principles, but realizing that it is more effective to usurp and utilize the power of the executive to push forward a conservative agenda. Go ahead and play the clip.
Seize the administrative state for our own purposes.
Reload it.
We should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. Fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. A lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state. And I'm sympathetic to that project, but another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I mean, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. We should just seize the
eyeliner looking bitch. Anyway, yes, there's that. And to that end, I'm now going to put this on the screen. We have it streaming? Yeah, we do. This is something that was published on the Office of Personnel Management's website on January 28th. An email that but many federal employees, I don't know how many, a great number, have been asked to resend to them. Deferred resignation letter. I won't read the whole thing, but I'll leave it up on screen for those who want to read. Let me have the whole thing on the screen. Please accept this letter as my formal resignation from with my from employment with my employing agency effective September 30th, 2025. I understand that I have the right to accelerate but not extend my resignation date if I wish to take advantage of the deferred resignation program. I also understand that if I am or become eligible for earlier normal retirement before my resignation date, that I retain the right to elect earlier normal retirement, blah, 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 blah. And there's more of this administrative nonsense down there. But this was sent out to shit ton of government employees. Yes, media is calling it a buyout, which it is not. Correct. It is not a buyout. It's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
It is a... No, it's not a threat. They're not being threatened with anything. It is a ultimatum. That's the word. It is an ultimatum being made by the new administration to the entire federal government.
They want tenured employees out. They want their yes men in. And it can be very easily construed. That sentence can be very easily construed by partisan hacks because the well has been thoroughly poisoned. Well, wouldn't Democrats do the same thing whenever they're in office? You got to understand something real quick. Retiring people who knew what they were doing, who knew what they were doing for years, making bipartisan committees partisan by forcing out the Democrats, by firing government watchdogs like attorney generals, by baiting people to retire, trying to incentivize them to do so, to jump ship, so they can be replaced by... This is the concept of seizing the administrative state and retire all government employees. Retire everybody who won't go along with us, and seize it by putting in people who will. Right? This is the principle of the unitary executive theory, as executed by the seizure of the administrative state and the principle of rage. This is what's going on right now. Right? This, let's call it what it is a purge. This is a purge of loyalists. Not even government loyalists, just loyalists. Whether they are loyalists to the Constitution, thank you, my dear. Whether they be loyalists to the Constitution, whether they be loyalists to one party or the other. And it has real-world effects. And we're about to talk about those. And the first one that we're going to talk about is the one that everyone is loving to rip into because it really was the first, right? But only now is it starting to become a lot more permanent, right? There'll be more. We'll talk about planes falling from the sky. We'll talk about the CFPB. We'll talk about all that. But the first and the most prominent one has to be USAid.
USAID. United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which was founded in 1961 by our boy John Kennedy. The whichever president. It was founded in order to direct foreign aid to the poorer parts of the world, and it was meant to counter Soviet foreign influence networks, which of course in the 50s were thoroughly thrashing the United States. For a very small budget, here it is, it's Wikipedia, but whatever, with average annual disbursements of about $23 billion since 2001, which is nothing. Pennies on the dollar. It is 0.2% of the U.S. federal budget. I remember that number. 0.2%. On a budget of $23 billion, it completely, since 2001, so it was less before, it completely dismantled Soviet influence networks in massive parts of the world. It continues to counter Russian and Chinese and Iranian influence networks now. In Africa, in Eastern Asia, in the Middle East, in Europe even, and in South America. And all of that on a budget of $23 billion. And...
Guys, let's not beat around the bush. USAID saves lives. It really does. It's more than just countering influence. And Jake will talk to you a little bit more about influence countering. But let's not beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the bush. Without USAID, with the freezing on that, we've got tens of thousands of antibacterial pills for shit like tuberculosis, for shit like HIV/AIDS, that are sitting on pallets that need to be delivered rotting. not because of government overreach, not because of government inefficiency, not because Musk discovered it and the Department of Government Efficiency is cutting the fat. No, because this administration signed an executive order to freeze already appropriated government spending. Jacob?
Oh yeah, another detail. Put this on. This is from a few days ago. Since 2024, USAID has been investigating Starlink, a company owned by Elon Musk. So that's reason one for why it's being shut down. Pure personal interest. That is likely the main reason. It is coded as like a leftist thing, which is hilarious because it's basically run by the CIA, which is just wonderful. But it is coded as a left-wing thing now. Somehow. Which is ridiculous. So it's very much an own the libs thing. We like it, therefore they hate it. It's that simple. The psychology of the conservative movement is very, very simple to understand. Own the libs. That's it. That's the only guiding principle. There are no other... there's no philosophy behind it. There's, grrr, we hate liberals. And so that's all they've got.
Sips white monster, liberals.
But there's a... Hey, my dad drinks those. He's not a fucking Republican. He drinks those all the time on road trips. Keeps him awake. Anyway,
I didn't know your father was that kind of man.
one of Musk's first moves as Doge chief... God damn it. I fucking hate that they named this stupid department after a stupid meme. Fuck. We're living in the dumbest possible timeline.
Rip to that Shiba Inu, by the way.
Yeah, and its legacy forever.
Yeah. I mean, for real. Like,
I know it's dead.
Dog.
Last year it died, yeah, I know, or like 2023. But so his first moves as Department of Government Efficiency chief has been to dismantle USAID, convincing the Trump administration that the agency is a waste of federal spending and not fit for purpose. Once more, it is 0.2%, which, let me do some quick math, that is 1/500th of the U.S. federal budget.
It's not even under discretionary spending.
And
it's on the same level of spending with like Medicare, Medicaid, and the DOD. Like it has to be spent.
And for that 0.2% of the federal budget, for that 1/500th, we have effectively countered the Soviet Union, the Chinese Communist Party, Vladimir Putin, the mullahs in Iran, Hezbollah, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba, every single foreign adversary that the United States has, it is being countered by USAID, at home and abroad. We are sabotaging our own soft power. What is soft power? That's a term that some of you won't know. There's hard power, which is tanks and guns and planes and missiles, forcing your international interlocutor to do something that you want with military arms. And there is soft power, which is cultural influence, essentially.
May I step in here for just a minute?
Yeah?
One of the most effective national uses of soft power that there ever has been in the history of mankind, right up there with USAID, and I'm talking about effectiveness, right? The government of Thailand. I bet some of y'all blinked in the chat going like, what? Hold on. What the hell? Oh. The government of Thailand, of all fucking countries. Now, what do I mean by that? I'm certain everyone in this chat has either heard of or actually eaten a meal called pad thai.
I have.
That's not a real cultural Thai thing. It was something that the government of Thailand made up to export abroad. Like it has cultural influences from the people of Thailand, right? But it has been, without a doubt, one of the most effective soft power campaigns of any country in the modern day. It has become a cultural icon of the Thai people, and it is pretty like the government of Thailand itself pays millions of dollars for chefs to be trained in their country to make this national dish and then go and open restaurants abroad. Not for a spy network, but entirely to bring awareness of the country of Thailand to the wider world. That's soft power. And the United States has been one of the most effective soft power countries, or countries that have been able to execute soft power. For how many years since we started doing foreign aid? I'd say
before
all the way
that,
back to,
but that solidified it.
like, yeah.
You know that those like stupid commie like political cartoons that show Uncle Sam like reaching all over the world with his tentacles going into every nook and cranny? The thing is, it's true, because that's the thing. US influence is literally everywhere. Every single point of land on this earth is influenced severely by the United States. Even North Korea. Not directly, but their entire national mythos is based on hating us. Yep. We are everywhere. And that's not a bad thing, because our government has done a lot of bad things. God knows, it's doing a lot of bad things right now. But it is one of the more benevolent governments in human history. Governments are not benevolent, as a rule. But the US government has done more good for this world than than any other government in world history. I will go so far to say that, because I can't think of a different one. I can think of other governments that have done good things, like proportional to their capabilities, but the Netherlands has like 17 million people. What can they do? The United States was, I don't know about anymore, but it was and is, for now, the cultural superpower in the world. For the cost of $23 billion. And it's not just that. It's pop culture, it's books, it's movies, it's music, it's magazines, it's terminology, it's technology, it's
Hollywood, it's texting, it's everything.
So let me tell a little anecdotal story. So, I was born to a Soviet refugee family. I was the first member of my family born in the United States. I did not grow up speaking English. I didn't speak English until I was 4 years old. And I didn't really get
I love this story.
Good at it. Well, you don't know this. You're thinking of a different... So, I always noticed this since I was a kid. Especially, up until middle school, I was a lot more inundated in Russian language, like Soviet Jewish immigrant culture, than proper American culture. And that's still sort of true. It's probably more like a 60-40 kind of deal right now. But I've always been inundated in this culture. And Maya, who is here in this chat, hi Maya, I hope you're enjoying your OChem homework. She's from Russia. She was born in Moscow. She was born to an American citizen, so she is an American citizen. She lives here. She has since she was 8. But she came here and she taught me a lot about Russia of the modern day. Not deliberately and not directly, but through observation. Here's what I've noticed. Russia, since at least the 80s, but especially now, is obsessed with the United States. Especially the 90s and the 2000s. It's not as much the case anymore. But in the 90s and in the 2000s, we beat them. Like, we really did win the Cold War. And how do I know that? Because they tried to copy us in everything. If you look at the number of Wikipedia articles by language, it's English at the top, and then just below them it's Russian. Russia is not one of the largest countries in the world. It's the physically largest, but it's, I think, the 9th in population. The 4th largest country in the world is Indonesia. The largest now, or the 2nd largest for a long time, is India. They don't have nearly as much influence on the internet as Russia does. Why is that? Because the internet in the 90s was a very American thing. We started it, we created it, and then we spread it around the world. Russia saw what the Russian, not even the government so much as the people, I'm sure the government too, but they saw that we were adopting this cool new internet thing and they jumped on it. because they really wanted to be like America, because American soft power is that good. The Russian Constitution, as it was written initially after the end of the Soviet Union, was just a copy-paste of our Constitution. Like, right down to the structure of government and the federal system with states and governors and state legislatures. I can look it up right now. Look, they don't have states, they have oblasts. But, like, if I look up the... What is the Vladivostok Oblast called? It's called the Vladivostok... Primorskaya Oblast. That's what it's called. Or, no, that's what it was called in the 20s. Why is it not... I'm trying to find the name for it now. Kamchatka. How about that? Kamchatka... Oblast. What's it? Here we go. Kamchatka Oblast. And they have their own, or they did, I'm not sure about anymore, but they had their own... it's been superseded by someone else. But they have their own parliament, or whatever that's called, to govern. Their legislative assembly. Here it is. Here it is. Legislative Assembly of Kamchatka Krai. And there's 28 seats. With, well, of course, the elections don't matter, it's Russia. But my point with all of this, I'm kind of getting off topic, so I'll stop. But they have tried so hard to copy-paste from the United States. And it's everywhere. Total American cultural victory. And that has been for 30 years. And now we're throwing it all away. Why? I am not a subscriber to the theory that Donald Trump is actually in league with Vladimir Putin. I think it's a little bit less sinister and a lot worse than that. Because if it was that, it would be more obvious. I think he's so stupid that they have been able to influence him through their agents, who we know include prominent conservative commentators in the United States. Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Benny Johnson, Steven Crowder. I don't remember who was in the network, but all those fucking people. We know they've been paid through a Russian shell company to the tune of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And they're in Trump's ear constantly. I think they have convinced him to do this. They don't say it's to empower Putin or Xi or Khamenei. But that is the goal. Russian influence networks, I say Russian, it's also Chinese and Iranian, but it's mostly Russia because Russia has the longest and best history of doing this. They have an infrastructure built up over 100 years to do this. Throughout the whole Cold War in the last 30 years. Russian influence networks have convinced Trump and Elon Musk. Again, I don't think Elon Musk is directly in league with Putin. I don't see why he would be. I don't see the point for him. It's not money. Putin can't give him that much money. It's not money. But I think Russian influence networks have convinced him that this is what we need to do. And now we are willingly tearing apart our soft power. Now, American influence isn't something that can be dismantled in 4 years. If they get voted out en masse in 4 years, in 2026 and then 2028, we can regain that. It will take a long time, and we will have to never repeat the mistake that we made in this previous election. Not for many decades at least. To be able to regain it, but we can. It's doable. We are willfully destroying our own soft power.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts?
Without a shadow of a doubt. I didn't know that you were going to go through that. I thought we were going to be talking more like how this is a test bed of how Trump is like testing water to see what. Well, yeah, no. Well, I mean, everything that you said is beyond true, right? Like you are just recap. We had beyond. One of the most. Do what?
Super? Is it beyond? Is it super true? Is that it?
Hello. Do. Super true.
Focus.
No. But no, it was beyond true. We had one of the most effective anti-poverty, share the just let us help you. USAid. And it is being destroyed. It is a fraction of our budget. And it is being destroyed in the name of governmental efficiency and spending efficiency whenever it requires so little of us to help so many people and dissuades people from more, let's call it, enticing authoritarian structures. Play by us, play by the rules, play by the international order, love your fellow man. You get money to help people in any way, whether that be from tuberculosis medicine to helping you develop roads. Doesn't matter. USAID comes from so little strings attached, right? I saw a thing that I wanted to bring up while you were talking about this, about how Vance, thank you, my dear, how Vance was railing that USAID was spreading atheism abroad. And then you had an entire troop of Catholic missionaries who were helping to fight like disease outbreaks in some godforsaken sub-Saharan country, right? Who just had their aid cut off from them. Guys, people look to us for help. And that's being taken away. And all of this is being done is so Trump can see what the pushback will be when he tries to exercise his unitary executive principle theory. To say that this is cynical would be an understatement. It would do a disservice to people who actually do cynical things. It's criminal. Not just morally, but literally. He physically does not have the power to do this. And congressional Republicans are letting him get away with it. Congressional Democrats are letting him get away with it. And people on the internet will point to people like me, like y'all, and saying, "Ha! We own the libs! They're so mad, lol!" Meanwhile, their Christian brothers across the pond are in tears, not knowing what they can do to help this family. And dying of a preventable disease, or whatever the hell else. Come on, guys. I think you put it the best by saying it's the willful destruction of American soft power. And it's willful in the fact that he is indeed trying to kowtow to these tough, strongman, dictatorial types.
Yeah. What's important to say is willful. I don't think they know they're doing it. I don't think it's deliberately... I don't think... That is to say, I don't think that's the goal. I don't think that's the point. I think they're doing it just because they're mad. Again, the entire conservative movement is driven by one overriding goal. Own the libs. That's it. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. Own goals. That's... Just dunk on the libs. Silly liberals. That's it. That's all it is. It's literally just your racist uncle who can't stand them damn pink-haired liberals. That's all it is. They don't care about governing. They can't govern. They don't know how to govern. They haven't governed since fucking Reagan. They cannot govern. You know that one Simpsons clip that gets like thrown around every once in a while where a fucking elephant is like going through the Democratic and Republican conventions? The Democratic convention has the banners like, "We hate life and ourselves and we can't govern." And then the Republican convention has the banners reading, "We're just plain evil. We want what's worst for everyone." Now, move the "we can't govern" thing into the Republican convention, because that was 1994. Well, we're not there anymore. No. The Republicans could govern. What they did was bad, but they were able to govern. They were able to put together coalitions. They had ideological coherence to a degree. I don't care for ideological coherence, but more like what they did made sense and was coherent with their stated goals. Because they had actual goals. Newt Gingrich, as awful as he was, and as much as he kickstarted this whole shit show we're having to live through now, He had a real agenda, and he delivered on it to the greatest extent possible. Trump has no agenda. He has no plan. His concepts of a plan. He has no plan. He doesn't want to do anything with this office, which is maybe the one and only thing that will save us from fascism. Like, real, lasting, we have to fight a war to overthrow this government fascism. Because he's an idiot, and he has no real aspirations for real power. He just has seething hatred in the charred remnants of what used to be his heart. Same with Elon Musk. And he likes people verbally and I'm sure also literally blowing him with admiration. That's it. Yeah. That's all that drives this movement is we hate liberals. Mm-hmm. So it's not like they're destroying American soft power because they hate America. They do, in the sense that they hate all of our principles, but that's not what drives them. What drives them is fucking liberals want to give money to stop AIDS in Nigeria. What do them fucking blacks need? They can get AIDS. Not our problem. The American taxpayer. That's their mindset. That's how they think. Doesn't matter that it's 0.2 per 1/500th. 1 in 500. So if you pay $1,000 in taxes, let's say you're low income, you don't pay a lot of taxes. Let's say you pay $1,000 in taxes. 2 of your dollars will go to USAID. $2. $2 out of every 1,000 that you pay is going to foreign aid. That's your fucking government efficiency. That's where we're at. And I want to show this on the screen. This is a poll by the Pew Research Center that they've been doing for years about international views of the U.S. And by the way, these all used to be way more favorable, except maybe Israel. They also used to be way more favorable before this shit show. This was in June 2024. It used to be a lot better. But even now, look at this. Well, not now, a few months ago, but there's this narrative, especially on the left, that the world hates us, like that this USAID, like a lot of leftists are celebrating USAID being dismantled because they hate America even more than conservatives. The idea that the world hates us is just objectively untrue. And it's not just Europe. So like, look, in Europe, there is only one country in Europe that has a higher percent unfavorable than favorable opinion of the US, and of course it's fucking France, which I can't really blame them for after how we stiffed them in the last 20 years, but like Poland, fucking 86% favorability. Canada, 54% favorability. Probably not anymore. Kosovo. But then, hang on. Kosovo's not here, but that's Europe. Europe is like, oh, well, Europe is America's sphere of influence. Okay. South Korea, 77. Thailand, 77. Japan, who we nuked, by the way, twice, and we are still occupying some of their land, 70%. And you don't get below 50% until you hit Singapore, which is about even. Australia, which funny enough has a fairly strong unfavorable opinion of us, and Malaysia. Israel, of course, has a stupidly favorable opinion. Turkey and Tunisia don't like us. You get to Africa, again, all of these countries that they surveyed, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, all different parts of Africa, all have overwhelmingly favorable opinions of the U.S. South America, who have every reason to hate us after everything we did to them in the last 70 years. Colombia, the drug war that we started in Colombia, doesn't matter, 72% favorable. Argentina, 53% favorable. Mexico, now, in 2024, well, not now, but very recently, in 2024, 61% favorable. The U.S. is very, very popular abroad because we are, generally speaking, the good guys. Historically, we usually have been. More often than not. There are the big screw-ups. There's the Iraq War. There's the Vietnam War. There's Iran-Contra. There's, we've made mistakes. There's the Bay of Pigs. But on the whole, we have done a lot more good for the world than bad. And most of the world does actually recognize this. It's not inevitable. It is the result of countless hours and months and years of work put in by everyone from, your Hollywood stars who do the pop culture circuit, to regular old bureaucrats in USAid who are helping to deliver USAid to Nigeria and Ghana and Kenya and Thailand and India and fuck it, China and Ireland and wherever the hell else, and anywhere in South America, you know, helping to cure their diseases, helping to stop their wars, helping to improve their literacy, electrifying them, giving them clean water, giving them broadband internet access. This isn't nothing, and it's for 0.2% of your taxes.
Mm-hmm.
That's your government efficiency right there. That's all I've got to say about the fucking USAID. I didn't know I felt so strongly about this until I started talking about it, but god damn it. We are led by clowns.
But wait,
It doesn't stop there. Ladies and gentlemen, I fly to San Francisco in April. Well, spoilers. And I'm terrified. Because if you think that if the Department of Government Efficiency is just culling USAID, oh no, you have another thing coming. Jacob, tell them how. It's raining planes. Hallelujah, it's raining planes.
For the record, that terrible impression was my idea. But, yeah, we have had 3 weeks of the Trump administration. Today's Tuesday. It's the first day of the 4th week. I'm going to stop counting the weeks pretty soon, but it's been 3 weeks of the Trump administration. It's not even been a month. We've had multiple plane crashes in every one of those weeks. So by my count, there was the Black Hawk incident where U.S. military Black Hawk was flying very close to Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C., hit a civilian airliner and killed 60-something people. Is that right?
mm-hmm.
Then there was another one. Was it the next day? It was the same week. Philadelphia?
It was very close.
Either the next day or someday that same week, a plane landing in the Philadelphia airport fucking crashed directly into the... You know, I was thinking about this yesterday. I was walking on the street at night, and it's cloudy, but I can hear a plane flying overhead. Probably going into land at Lindbergh Airport in San Diego, which is a few miles away. And you know how they make that whistling sound sometimes, like...
Yeah.
You know that sound? Yeah, when you were a kid, did you ever think, like, oh my god, that's the sound a plane makes when it crashes, because that's what it sounds like in a cartoon?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah? That fucking happened in Philadelphia.
Oh my god.
And then the crash. I don't know if it made that sound, but that, like, cartoon trope happened. This wasn't happening before.
No.
Like, there's all these jokes about how wokeness and DEI and Mayor Pete was, like, holding the entire U.S. infrastructure together, and that's kind of a joke. But at the same time, they also kind of were. Because we had Washington, D.C. plane crash, 60-some dead. Philadelphia plane crash, I don't know how many dead. There was a plane crash in Alaska that most of you probably didn't even hear about, because it was also, like, the next day. And we were still getting over the previous two. Like, fuck, is this what we're replacing mass shootings with? Because I think I preferred the mass shootings. The mass shootings had less casualties. Mass shooting casualties are, like, 10 to 20 people. Civilian airliner crashes, it's like in the ballpark of 60 to 200. I like the old thing better. But now we have plane crashes every week. There was a, I don't remember where, there was a Japan Airlines plane that crashed with some other plane on a runway in, I want to say Phoenix, in Scottsdale, somewhere in Arizona. Yesterday or the other day, there was I think it was in Scottsdale, there was another, like, planes crashed on the runway and a couple people died. And this is multiple times a week now. Why, do you ask, might this be? I don't know why you changed FAA to FFA, but in the last month, since Trump has taken office, the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, and the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, who, you know the TSA, you probably don't know the FAA. The FAA run every air control tower of every commercial airport in the United States of America. They
are
are
the government authority on the
they're
nation's
they're
air
some of
highways.
the most stressful jobs in the world. What I've read is that if you're an air traffic controller in the United States, you work like Sophie used to when she was at her previous job, like 2 or 3 days a week. And they have the entire rest of the week off, and they're paid just for those 2 days enough to live off of. Just so they're rested enough to do their job at the maximum possible efficiency. And they cycle through them like that each day of the week. And they never have the same people working 2 days in a row, or more than 2 days. I don't know if it's staggered like that, but no more than like 2 or 3 days in a row, because they can't have people tired. Because if you make a mistake at this job, people die. It's like that one scene from Breaking Bad where, did you ever watch Breaking Bad?
I have not, I'm afraid.
No? Okay, you should, but I'll explain a little bit. So, you should. It's very, very good. You should watch Better Call Saul after that. They're both very good shows. But so there's this scene where this girl dies, and her father is a flight controller. And he is utterly distraught. She died in a drug overdose. He's utterly distraught. He comes to work, and he's not paying attention. 2 planes crash into each other over Albuquerque, New Mexico. And like 215, something like that, amount of people are dead. And that's why, like, it shows it really well how he's just overwhelmed by stress and can't process what he's seeing on the screen in front of him. He's too tired, he's too exhausted. That is why we hire as many air traffic controllers as we do. Well, now we have half as many as we did before. Half of them were fired. Or took buyouts, or whatever we're calling it now. They are no longer employed. So if an air traffic tower had, let's say, 4 people in it before, now it has 2. And suddenly there's planes falling out of the sky. I don't know about you. I'm flying to Arizona on April 22nd for a week to see some family friends. I'd like to live. I've never been afraid of flying before. Shit, maybe I should be now. I was never been afraid of liftoff, and I've never been afraid of turbulence. Landing is always what fucked with me, because that's when you're going from like 500 miles an hour to nothing.
Oh man,
in a very short space of time.
You and I have complete different. If I can waffle for a minute, man, it is another thing entirely to be in a 757, and then like you are descending, because the first descent it hits you, and then you're like, oh boy, it's game time, and then you hit pavement. Absolute bread, butter the bread landing, but you eat up 3/4 of the runway.
That's what I'm talking about.
The pilots decide to throw wide open the reversers on those CM56, those giant CM56 turbofans from GM or General Electric, and you just, it's like you're coming to a hot stop. Now I think that shit's cool as hell. You, on the other hand. But man, yeah, like, guys, flying is no joke. It is perhaps one of the safest ways to travel, in my opinion. It's one of the funnest ways to travel, statistically speaking.
Yeah, I know.
It is one of the safest ways to travel. It is one of the most fun ways to travel. It is one of the most efficient ways to travel. This, however, jeopardizes literally all of that. Where does the Trump administration get off firing hundreds of high-stress people, high-stress job individuals? What is their thought process here? Where's the idea of government waste? It's literally like firing the lifeguard at like a beach during peak hurricane season. Why? They're there for a reason. They're paid commensurate. Is the Republican brain so cooked that like they see people working 2 days a week and go, they're not working hard enough. Paying them a living wage off 2 days labor? That's not it. See, when I was in school, I was picking fruit off the fields in order to make my lunch money. I was doing that every day. Are Republicans' brains like barbecue chicken Like,
Yes.
like,
The answer to that question is yes.
like.
Here it is. I found the information here.
What do you got for us?
Trump issued an order directing the Federal Aviation Administration to end DEI efforts. We'll get to that. An accompanying fact sheet about Trump's actions stated that they had led to hiring of people with severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric issues, and complete paralysis. And it further ordered performance reviews of all FAA employees. So now we have the
It's
FAA
delusional.
in chaos and planes falling from the sky. Now, I am not a man of God. Lord knows if I am, and if he's real, I ain't going to heaven. But I have read the Torah. Thank Cousin Sophia for that.
And there is a pretty big but.
I know my Exodus well enough, and I'm pretty much expecting the frogs, the locusts, and the blood rain next. There's literally planes falling out of the sky. If anything is going to convince me that there is a God giving us warnings, I mean, 3 or 4 planes have fallen out of the sky. Another number of planes have crashed into each other on runways. A train fucking exploded somewhere in Pennsylvania or like New York or Delaware the other day. Did you read about that? Bet you didn't.
No, I did not. I did not even know it happened.
Hey, look, let me find the fucking story. Trump. Here, yeah, it is in Pennsylvania. Look at this. Wait, no, I don't need an hour-long video. Here it is.
That breaking news in Philadelphia tonight, where a commuter train went up in flames, as you can see in this scary and dramatic video.
I just can't wait to see this shit.
The 6-car SEPTA train was on its way from Philadelphia to Wilmington, Delaware, when it caught fire just west of the Philadelphia airport.
This shit is not gas,
About 350.
Oh, it probably was gas, but nonetheless, it feels like we're in Cuba, said the worker. I just scrolled a random part of this article. I just read just another, This is where we're at. The planes are falling out of the sky. I mean, I guess we can. I guess we can have the plague of the firstborn in time for Pesach, but like, I really don't want to get there.
Love the 1,000 IQ take from Alex Bro. If it's so bad, stop bitching and do something other than complaining to like 25 people.
Enlighten me,
Okay,
bro. What? What am I meant to do? I have a platform. It's a fairly small platform. 47,000 subscribers on YouTube isn't as much as it sounds to your average person. That really isn't that much of a large audience. That's maybe 1,000 people who actually regularly follow your shit, and the rest subscribe and forget about you, which is fine. I'm not complaining about that. I kind of like having a small platform because I can get to know people. It will grow, that will change with time, or it won't. I don't care. Point is, I have this platform, I'm using it, I'm doing what I can. Please enlighten me. What's the Second Amendment for? Yeah, I'm gonna go kill them. Yes, we're gonna fly from San Diego and Memphis, respectively, and go, attack the White House? I always want these people to put their money where their mouth is. Do something. I am doing something.
Like, bro,
this is what I'm able to do.
like, bro, what's the Second Amendment for? The guns that I got over there that I need to clean? Oops. I need to clean them. Whoopsie. Like, I train semi-regularly, but I train. It's a skill like any other else. What am I? What is the point? What are you trying to do? Are you a Fed telling me to go shoot up a government building as if that's going to change anything?
Los Federales. In our stream.
Hi, Feds. Turn us to look at the camera. Hi, Feds. Nice bait. Try again.
Wilson gun collection review when?
I'll keep it short and brief. I got 3 of them at the present moment. I have a really bad Smith & Wesson AR. It sucks. I've got a really nice C93 Sporter by CYMA. It's an HK 93 civilian semi-auto reproduction, and I have an SA 58 foul reproduction, which is my pride and joy. That I put a 5x49 ACOG, 5.5 times, I think is what it is. It's been a minute. I've forgotten.
Okay, so hang on. we're just talking about the FAA. I opened Twitter just force a habit.
No, don't tell me it's another plane crash.
No, it's not.
No,
but it's about the plane crashes. It's another. It's about them. You remember when Biden said something was like 15 9/11s?
No.
No, he said that a while ago. Let me see if I can find the original context there. We're having a little fun here before we move on to... I don't remember exactly what he said. Either way, he said something to the effect of... oh, yes. This was after the Hamas attack in 2023. For a nation the size of Israel, this attack was like 15 9/11s. And so I opened Twitter, and I see this post. It reads, Biden's 15 9/11s line wasn't actually about Israel. He momentarily saw a vision of the future aviation policy under Trump, and while dazed from his experience, merely attempted to warn Americans. Which is excellent.
Oh, God. Now, Alex, bro, I'm sorry, dude. You're cooked. I'm not... Yeah, Arken and I will disagree on the United Healthcare CEO nonsense, but you will not catch me pulling a Luigi. You'll not. Firstly, no, I have to worry about rent payment. I'm not gonna... I can't save up a couple $100 to fly to some big important city just so that I can have a 15-minute of fame murdering somebody. No. My gun rights are protect mine and my family and my friends. Like, that's the point of the Second Amendment. If the federales come knocking to my door for something that's blatantly unconstitutional, then we'll talk. But I'm not in the business of, like, hell, I'll encourage people, make militias, train, do important things like that to ensure that you are protected against government tyranny and government overreach. But you put your money where your mouth is. Okay, you first. I can pass the buck. I don't care. Nah. And besides, we're talking about the FAA. What do you want me to do with my Second Amendment rights and the FAA? What do you want me to do? Go shoot up a fucking air traffic control tower? No! Are you insane? That will exacerbate the problem. Come on, guy. Use your brain, firstly. That goes for everyone. Secondly, no. It's... The FAA is being sacrificed atop the pillar of the unitary executive theory. Right? And it's going to get worse. And we're starting to come up in this segment to where we're going to be talking about where the testing stops being tested and starts being implemented. Right? We're going to talk about the purge of the CFPB and the legal battle between Elon and what I like to call the scam police. So who here knows what the CFPB is? Anybody?
I'll speed it up for you. Probably not a lot of people.
Probably not a lot of people. And that's fine, because the CFPB was one of those government agencies that just kind of existed, worked in the background, and did their job. As a matter of fact, the CFPB, along with, the United States Marine Corps, is one of the only government agencies that actually passed their fucking 2024 audit. And not just that, the CFPB made the federal government money. Billions, it took, what you looked it up, $20 million?
Let me find the exact number. I will find it. But it's something along the lines of they basically spend pennies on the dollar. They spend something to the effect of here. Their annual budget as of 2021, and I assume that's still now, is
Probably, for the time being.
$596 million, and they bring back billions every year in lawsuits against...
Yeah. So the CFPB, or the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, is what I like to call the scam police. They are industry regulators.
Here, hang on a sec.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I have the number. So from its creation, let's see, the CFPB has extracted nearly $12 billion for 29 million consumers in refunds and canceled debts. That figure rose to 19 billion in 2024, which, for those of you keeping count, is about somewhere in 30 and 35 times more money that they're making than they're costing. That is a profit margin of a couple 100% at least. I'm not sure exactly how that's calculated. It is a very large profit margin. Mm-hmm. It is the single most efficient government agency that has perhaps ever existed in our history. Talk about exactly what Ed said. Talk about government efficiency.
Yeah. And what's happening? What's going on with it right now? Well, I'll tell you what's going on with it right now. Elon Musk has effectively got on Twitter a few days ago and was like, this is a leftist scam. It needs to be shut down. Rip the CFPB. We're gonna look into it. We're gonna shut it down. It penalizes banks if they don't give fraudulent loans to illegal immigrants. I'm gonna go get the actual White House statement about it. Hold on. I'm gonna get the actual the Trump White House, actually, and I'll tell you why. We'll get there. Where is it? I'm gonna look up from it. Yeah. Listen, the CFPB isn't a Wall Street regulator. It's a Main Street regulator. Right?
Mm-hmm.
A new polling from CBS News shows Americans are overwhelmingly positive about President Donald J. Trump's return to the office and his commitment to making good on his promises. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the brainchild of Senator Elizabeth Warren, has long functioned as another woke, weaponized arm of the bureaucracy that leverages its power against certain industries and individuals disfavored by so-called elites. That power against certain individuals and industries disfavored by so-called elites. For example, the CFPB has used its slush fund, collected from targeting financial institutions, to support racial advocacy groups. One such group is the Soros-backed Mississippi Center for Justice, which advocates for, quote, racial and economic justice, targets religious liberty, and assists illegal immigrants seeking to skirt our nation's laws. Another is the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, whose board features senior left-wing officials and has lobbied hundreds of times for more welfare spending. The CFPB threatened banks for refusing to lend to illegal immigrants. The CFPB targeted a Chicago small business after it complained about the city's rampant crime. The CFPB was accused of mining American citizens' personal financial information. Come on.
I wonder...
With a 2017 Inspector General's report, raising significant concerns about its data security, the CFPB granted itself broad new powers in the waning hours of the lame duck Biden administration, described as classic government overreach, The agency gave itself the authority to regulate Americans' checking accounts by dictating government price controls and unilaterally buried $50 billion in medical debt. This is the official statement of the White House on the CFPB.
I have to
This
wonder.
is the official statement.
Trump didn't write this, of course. Well, he might have actually. Trump or whoever wrote this for him. There's no way they actually knew about the small business in Chicago thing. Do you think
Could
they?
be made up.
I know, I'm sure it's real, but do you think that they went to like ChatGPT and said, ChatGPT, give me a list of people that the CFPB has wronged? Something like that.
Probably, because holy fucking shit. Like, let's be very clear. The CFPB exists to be the scam police. They exist to protect you from financial institutions that are trying to nickel and dime you out of fraudulent policies that they have no right. If you get scammed, if your information gets leaked, it's the CFPB that you are supposed to go to. They help hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. But Elon wants to get rid of it. Elon wants to get rid of it. Now why? Well, I'll tell you why. So, there's a couple things going on that are all happening at the same time. Remember that saying? It's better to hide behind, however many atrocities than what the fuck. So, here's what we've got going on, right? We've got Twitter is in a legal battle. Yeah, abolishing the CFPB is a giant flashing sign saying it is no longer safe to do business or invest money in this country. Exactly. Absolutely. But
I hope we
doubling
don't.
down.
I said this last time. I hope this signals our exit from the global economy for a few years, because that'll really make things bad.
Yeah.
And
But no,
that
let's-
will bring about such a victory in 2028 if we have free and fair elections, which is an if, but that's a topic for another day.
But no. So Twitter is in a battle, was originally within the battle with the CFPB because Elon and Peter Thiel wanted to introduce PayPal-style payment processing to Twitter, and the CFPB blocked it. So Elon sued the CFPB, saying that its entire office was unconstitutional. Now that Elon is effectively pulling the strings of the American government from behind the desk of the White House, right? Behind the Resolute desk. He has gotten the chair of the CFPB, the director, fired, replaced with this new guy who has ordered the lawyers of the CFPB to not even defend themselves in court against Elon. There's another lawsuit going on between the CFPB and SpaceX. It might be SpaceX, or it might be Tesla. Of basically like them screwing over their workers and workforces and doing union crackdowns. It's disgusting. And here we are, the CFPB, on the verge of being eradicated. Why? Just to appease a billionaire. To appease one of Trump's, I don't even want to call them lackeys, puppeteer masters. There's a theory going around, and I don't know if I necessarily buy into it, but there's a theory going around to where, like, Trump runs in 2024 because a bunch of billionaires go up to him and says, hey, do you want to be as rich as us? We can do this pump and dump scheme. We can make you filthy fucking rich with our tech bro coin bullshit. All you've got to do is let us get in and do what we want to do. And what are they going to do? They're going to loot the Treasury. They're going to steal Americans' financial information to sell it. they're going to deregulate everything that they can, so they make themselves even filthy richer. They're going to put in safeguards to where successive administrations won't be able to come through and deal with the damage, right? Because it'll be framed as the liberals going through and destroying the country again, especially if it's not. But who cares at this point? Because we're just going to go with the what is true angle, you know what I mean? But mindless. Utter mindlessness. And I think there's a point that you're about to get up on here and say, but I'm going to start it off for you. We have no government right now. It is a den of thieves and liars.
Hey, that's my line.
Yeah, I'm going to start you off with it. It is a den of thieves and liars. And you can look no forward to, or you can look, you look no farther than the dismantling of the CFPB and the ineffectualness of which the Trump administration is exercising their power to do anything with this. Because let's be clear, this is Trump's lackey or puppet master, whatever it is at this point, right? Whatever their dynamic is. Yeah. Is going through and is effectuating real undesirable change while the president, signs an executive order renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America and proclaiming the Gulf of America Day and firing all the trans people or whatever.
We are very much... What the actual point that I wrote here, he said most of it. What I wrote here, and I was quoting something, and I don't quite remember what. America has no government but a den of thieves and liars. That's the point that I wrote in the outline here. What do I mean? Okay. Let's start with the basics. What is a government? Government is a body composed of people who, one way or another, have ended up wielding power over the rest of the population of a given polity. Polity is just a fancy word for any organized place. So any country, any state, any empire, whatever. Government are the wielders and brokers of power in any given polity. America had, and hopefully will again have one day, a government. We had a government. We had a constitution which divided the government into three branches. The executive, to wield the power, the legislature, to delegate it, and the judiciary, to control it. That was what we had. That doesn't exist anymore, and we've talked about this before. We've talked about it in previous, less formal live streams. We did it in the previous Fireside Chat live stream about how the rules don't matter. I already said it before. I alluded to it before. But genuinely, this is not the Trump administration. Not in any real sense. I'd call it the Elon Musk administration, but it's not him either. It's him right now. Who's to say how long he'll last? This is the MAGA administration, the Republican administration, the fascist administration. I really don't know what to call it. The fucking KKK administration. The Proud Boys administration. The Nick Fuentes administration. Anything but the Trump administration. He is not ruling. He's not Caesar or Napoleon. He's not the general crossing the river, overthrowing the corrupt government, and seizing dictatorial power. That's not him. He's also not Palpatine, as so many people in my the comments of my first Star Wars video seem to like to compare him. He's not Palpatine. Sheev Palpatine, in his story, is this political mastermind. He's a genius. He knows every nook and cranny of Galactic Republic politics. He has his claws so deep in the Senate, it practically doesn't exist. They're just his puppets. He was brilliant. And he was operating at the end of a 1,000-year scheme to bring down the Galactic Republic from the inside. That's not Trump. He's not smart. He's not a schemer. He doesn't know anything about politics. You think he knows what cloture is? You think he knows what a filibuster is? He doesn't know any of that shit. I bet he doesn't know the names of half the senators that he has to work with on a daily basis. He's Newt Gunray. Yes, if we're talking about Star Wars, he's Newt Gunray. That's a very good... Only even Newt Gunray actually got shit done sometimes. He's a figurehead. He is a child monarch. That is the best analogy I can come up with. He is a child monarch. He's not the power. What is he doing? What has he actually done? He himself, in the last 3 weeks, since he has been back in power. What have been his main initiatives that he has spearheaded and publicly advocated for? Obviously, there's always going to be people actually carrying out the orders, and that's never going to be him or any president. But the president sets policy and directs members of the government to do this or that. So what has he done? What has he actually personally overseen? Well, it's the Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico now. Mount Denali is now once again Mount McKinley, or he's trying to make it so. I haven't checked that, if they've changed the actual official name in the GSA, but... Or the fucking... Whatever, the GSA is Government Services Administration. Whatever the fucking geographic trackers in the government are. He changed the name of a mountain, he changed the name of a sea, that nobody else recognizes, of course. He has complained about DEI. He has nominated some morons who still can't get through the Senate. Let's see. What else? What else has he done? Help me out. What has he actually overseen in the last 3 weeks? What has he done? I feel like the Gulf of America is the most public thing. Oh yeah, well, he withdrew from the WHO and the Paris Agreement. That was very much his thing. Because he hates every, foreign organization. That's it. That's all he's done. All the real things being done in the government right now. The real shit that we're talking about. The Treasury being raided. The USAID and CFPB being shut down. Immigration raids. All of these things. That's not him. He's not doing that. It's Elon Musk. It's Russell Vought. It's the other Project 2025 people. Hell, it's J.D. Vance. But it's not him. Harrison there says he looks very clueless when they hand him an executive order to sign. That's a very good point. I don't think he knows what he's signing. He is a child monarch. They have his stamp, and all they're doing is they're just taking his little hand, and they're making sure he stamps the paper, and then they leave him in his room to play with his toys. Because that's all he really is. Mm-hmm. He's a child king. With as much wisdom and authority. Oh yes, of course. Yes. The other things he's been spearheading is taking over Greenland and apparently taking over Gaza, which we talked about Greenland last time. There's nothing really new on that front. We'll talk about Gaza later.
We will be talking about Gaza in a minute. Don't you guys worry.
Like Wormtongue and Theoden. You know what? That is an excellent analogy for the five of us who've read Lord of the Rings. That is a perfect analogy. Trump is King Theoden, the old, withered, helpless man, sitting there shouting at anybody who gets in his way, getting poison poured in his ear by the court eunuch. It's true.
Exceptional.
That's all I've got. What's next?
Deporting the immigrants. Deporting the immigrants
Let's
we'll get to in a minute. As a matter of fact, it's right on time. Deporting migrants and possible U.S. citizens to Guantanamo Bay and or El Salvador. Cielo, you're up.
Yep. So, and Hotel Gaza, right? Hang on, I want to read some of the chat.
Yeah,
So
let's
many of
catch up
these
with
guys
chat.
said Biden was
Yeah,
a
how y'all
puppet, and
doing?
now we have Trump. That's true. So here's the thing with Biden. I don't think he's demented. He's just old and tired. He was very much getting a lot of his shit done by his cabinet appointments. But that's sort of the point, isn't it? He found the best people for the job in almost every job. There are a couple questionable. Anthony Blinken is useless. But Lloyd Austin, Jeanette Yellen, Pete, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, the transportation secretary who I hope runs for president one day. All these important positions, he filled them with the right people. Alejandro Mayorkas for, I think it was HHS. He filled the positions with the right people and then let them do what they're best at. Which is totally different from being controlled by those people. Not even by those people. Pete Hegseth and RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard are not the real power brokers here. It's the Project 2025 people. It's the Heritage Foundation people that are doing this. So yes. Yes. So, deporting migrants to Guantanamo Bay. I don't remember if we talked about this last time, did we?
We did not.
No? Is that new? So...
No, that was practically one of the first things that came out after the last Fireside chat. I remember distinctly. Like, we had just finished it, and we had just went to bed, and I woke up, and something that you sent me, like, while you were still awake, was a tweet from a friend of yours about how he had signed an executive order deporting migrants to Gitmo.
Yep. So... So, Trump floated the idea of using the U.S. military base at Guantanamo Bay, which is a piece of land we have through some old treaty that I don't know the exact details of, which is distinct in that it is mostly used to hold terrorists and war criminals, and that it is not subject to U.S. federal law and legal protections for inmates. So they're very famously tormented there. Literally, they're tortured. Horrible stories come out of Gitmo. So now he is talking about building a concentration camp, and I'm going to call it what it is. He called it a holding cell or a holding camp or whatever. It is a concentration camp for 30,000 illegal immigrants at Guantanamo Bay, while theoretically they are being transferred elsewhere. Now look, I really don't like the Nazi comparisons because, again, the Nazis had certain degree of ideological coherence. They had real ideological goals. Trump doesn't have that. But they're really acting like Nazis. Because before there was a Holocaust, before there were death camps, before there were gas chambers, Hitler tried to deport the Jews to mandatory Palestine and to Poland. Polish government didn't let them in, so they were stranded on the border for months until, I'm not entirely sure what happened, I believe until the invasion of Poland, when it became part of Germany. It didn't start with killing them. It started with deporting them. When you actually read about the final solution, when you actually read about how they got from we don't like Jews, we don't want them in our country, to let's put them in prisons in our country and kill them, it was very cold and dispassionate. It didn't start with, I want to kill all the Jews. It started with, I don't like them, I don't want them in this country. And then deporting them didn't work. Putting them in labor camps didn't work. And eventually, as the war got bad and they didn't have the resources to support them, most of the death that happened in the Holocaust, it wasn't 1933 to 1945. It was like 1942 to 1945. They did it as an act of desperation because they could no longer afford to slowly kill them. Because their previous attempts at getting rid of the Jews didn't work. And it wasn't some compassion thing like, oh, we couldn't possibly stomach killing them. No, it just wasn't the most efficient solution at the time. The final solution was their last-ditch effort, as they were losing the war and didn't have time to maintain the camps. There's so much evidence that they burned so many of those camps. It wasn't systematic killing, not in the beginning anyway. It was, oh man, I really don't want these people in our country. I don't want these illegal, criminal people in our country. That's how it started. And that's where we're headed. We have a concentration camp. It is now being built at Guantanamo Bay to house, for now, 30,000 illegal immigrants who supposedly are violent offenders, but it's not like they're really going to discriminate.
Of course not.
It's going to be luck of the draw kind of thing. You get sent wherever's convenient for the people who have to process and administrate you. So that was bad enough. Then, a few days later, like the next week, recently, the president of El Salvador, who I do believe we actually talked about last time.
We did during our Aesthetics of Fascism.
Yes. Nayib Bukele, who I'm actually fairly certain is Palestinian, which is pretty funny. But the president of El Salvador, who is a dictator, who has carried out a brutal campaign of oppression against drug gangs, which, to his credit, have worked. Crime has dropped, but at what cost? He has crushed the drug gangs, and along with them, he has imprisoned tens, if not hundreds of thousands, I don't know the population of El Salvador is, but tens of thousands of innocent people, because you could be arrested on suspicion alone. Which is a line that I did just lift directly from our script for the Star Wars video from the Public Order Resentencing Directive, because that's exactly what they did. I'm reading the script. Until this point, most citizens of the Empire were able to get by and live comfortably as long as they kept their heads down. With the advent of the Public Order Resentencing Directive, all that changed overnight. You could be arrested just on suspicion of anti-imperial activity, then under the new guidelines be sentenced to years in prison. That's exactly what's happening in El Salvador right now. And now, their president, fellow fascist Nayib Bukele, is offering to send U.S. citizens, violent criminals, convicted criminals, but nonetheless U.S. citizens, to a prison in El Salvador. I believe it's called CENTCOM or something like that. Mass prison detention camp. Which is illegal, by the way. You can't deport U.S. citizens. That is illegal. And we keep saying this and banging our heads against the table as if illegal means anything anymore, as if the law isn't a joke anymore. But this is where we're at, where we are talking about deporting migrants to Guantanamo fucking Bay, where we keep, like, Bin Laden-level terrorists. And we're gonna hold them there. Theoretically, until we find somewhere else to put them. And what happens when we can't put them anywhere? Doesn't matter. What happens when we can't find somewhere else to rehome them? Which inevitably is going to happen. Which is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. What happens when you can't deport the Jews? What happens when nowhere wants them, but you still want to get rid of them? What is the next logical solution? Remember, humans tend to follow the path of least resistance. Killing everybody is rarely the path of least resistance. They'll fight back, they'll resist, it'll be bad in the press. It's not the first thing you jump to. And when you're Hitler, it's the same thing. It's not the first thing you jump to. Or the second, or the third. But eventually, when you run out of options, that's what you end up doing. You can't deport them. You can't impress them into the army. You can't work them to death. You can't starve them to death. So what do? You build gas chambers. Primitive gas chambers. Why were there wooden doors in the gas chambers in Auschwitz? Because that wasn't what they thought of initially. It was cheap, quick, and it was an emergency solution because they literally ran out of options because their goals remained the same, but their methods weren't working. And they kept at it until they started murdering people en masse. That's how it goes. And that's where we're headed, people. I hope that there will be an election in 2 years, and then 2 years after that the Democrats will win, that we will wipe away this stain in our history, and that we can be able to move on from this. This isn't the first horrible president we've had. He's the worst, but he's not the first bad president we've had. We've had bad presidents before. We had Andrew Jackson. We had James Buchanan. We had Andrew Johnson. We had Woodrow Wilson. We got past them. We had Nixon, most recently. We had Bush. We moved past that. We still have that chance. But if the Republicans win, whether legitimately or not, in 2026 and 2028, it's over. For the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in this country, they're going to end up being killed. Mark my words. If this regime lasts past the next 4 years, for a decade, I don't know that it'll be gas chambers. I don't know that it'll be firing squads. I don't know how it'll happen. But what I know is they're going to end up dying en masse. They might be starved. They might be poisoned, but they'll be killed.
You're a little bit on the money. I'll tell you exactly how it's going to happen. You say path of least resistance. They're going to be putting camps. They're going to be putting, concentration centers to hold all these illegal migrants, either facilities specifically designed or facilities retrofitted to do so, right? They're gonna be low funded, and it'll just be a matter of government efficiency. We gotta reduce the amount of money spent on this. It's too expensive. Cuts will start happening. First it'll be medicine, then it'll be food. And they'll just wait and watch as people starve and die on our soil, the richest country in the world. Why? Not American. Not American.
And we should have seen it coming. Some of us did. And by some of us, I do mean me. I'll take a second to give an I told you so. I remember there was never a big debate, but for a few years ago, there was this kind of debate within the conservative movement and it's not new, but the result is new. There's been this debate for a while in the conservative movement of, do constitutional rights apply only to American citizens, or should we try to make them apply to everybody? Because naturally, we can't make sure that everyone in the world has constitutional protections because we don't rule the whole world. And we don't have the military force and manpower to force every single country in the world to follow our standards, nor should we. But there's this debate. Even if they're not American citizens, should we give them the grace of treating them like citizens? Because why do we have those rights? Is it because we are citizens? Because we pledge allegiance to a fucking flag? No. It's because these are human rights. It's just the United States is the only territory in which we are reasonably able to enforce those rights and ensure their persistence. Should we treat foreign terrorists and war criminals and illegal immigrants, and I can't believe I'm putting those in the same category, but I guess that's where we're at right now. Should we treat those people with the same dignity and afford them the same basic rights that we as American citizens have? If you're a man of principle, and I consider myself to be one, then yes. The right to free speech. The First Amendment doesn't say American citizens have the right to speak and to the freedom of press and the freedom of religion and the freedom to assemble. It doesn't say American citizens. It says, I don't remember the exact language, let me find it one. Here it is, Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Nowhere in there does it say Americans or citizens. Nowhere. Because it is considered to be a God-given right. I don't believe in God. I also don't believe in natural rights. I believe rights are a perfectly logical thing. You can explain them from a purely utilitarian, liberal, philosophical standpoint. And I won't waste my time on it now. But the point is, these are considered to be God-given or natural or logical, whatever the fuck you want to call them. God-given rights. God is not only present in this country. I'm sorry, if I'm Christian, or religiously Jewish, or Muslim, or Hindu, God does not exist in one place. He's supposed to be everywhere. ruling over everything, over everyone. Everyone is equal in the eyes of Jesus. Isn't that the Christian doctrine? You grew up in the Deep South. You'd know this better than me. But is that not what Jesus taught and what his disciples repeated? Love thy neighbor. Love the stranger. Love the wanderer. And the criminal and the beggar and the thief. Those were Jesus Christ's commands to the world. I don't believe in Christ. I don't believe in God. But I believe those principles are principles worth living by. And if we could be that type of a Christian nation, I'd have no problem with it. But of course, when they say we're a Christian nation, that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about white Protestants. And Catholics nowadays. Nobody gives a shit about the Protestant-Catholic split at this point. Catholic converts are basically Protestants. Point is, come on, you know it's true. Fucking J.D. Vance.
That's some heresy right there.
But we have these rights inscribed in our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. Our institutions have been built to protect these rights. The right to free speech, the right to the press, the right to the freedom of religion, the right to bear arms, the right from search and seizure, the right to a fair trial by a jury of your peers, the right to legal representation, the protection from torture and cruel and unusual punishment, the right to vote, the right to live, the right to be. And we're supposed to pretend that these rights are only extended to citizens? Well, that is how we end up with illegal immigrants in Guantanamo Bay, and that is how we end up with them eventually starving and dying. That's where we're headed. And I feel like I keep saying that, some variation of that sentence, or like, that's where we are, that's where we're headed. I don't know how else to end a diatribe like that. It's just very dark. It's a very dark reality to accept. But we're here. I listened to a podcast series last week by The Atlantic called We Live Here Now, which is about these two journalists, a lesbian couple as far as I can tell. They live in D.C. And their neighbor is Ashley Babbitt's mother. Ashley Babbitt was the only one of the January 6th rioters to be killed at the Capitol that day. Her mother moved in on their street, on their block, and protested every day for the release of the J6 prisoners and justice for her daughter. And this podcast series, 6 episodes, all about 30 minutes long, I was enraptured the whole time, because here you have this lesbian, like, liberal journalist living in D.C., learning to be friends with this, like, militia mom, and trying to understand her side of the story. And the name We Live Here Now is apparently taken from a conversation, the first conversation she had with this woman, where she saw her truck with the, like, Justice for J6 sticker, and she said something like, "There's that fucking militia mobile again." And the woman's mother rolls down the window and says, like, "Fuck you, bitch, we live here now." Something like that. That's where the title is taken from. But I think it's a very deliberate double entendre. Entendre? I don't know how to pronounce that. Double meaning.
Entendre.
It's about this woman who lives in their neighborhood now. But it's also about us and where we're at as a country. We live here now. We are here now. We're not sliding into fascism. We're not a backsliding democracy. We're not on our way there. We're there. We can leave. We can leave any time. But we're there.
It happened here.
It could happen
Always
here.
remember
It
that.
did happen here.
It happened here.
I remember I mentioned my uncle earlier. I'm still thinking about that. He mentioned it. He was trying to make it make sense. I think more to himself than to me. And he told me about this guy who wrote a book about FDR called The Imperial Presidency, which is where we get that term from. And I really have been over him for a while. He's very tough to deal with. He's very, very smart, don't get me wrong. He is a lawyer, he's a judge, he has a PhD in chemistry, he's brilliant. But very old-fashioned. And very set in his ways. And I got kind of heated, which I don't usually do with him, and I said, yeah, you know another book? All the King's Men. Robert Penn Warren. Same premises. It can happen here. By Sinclair Lewis. There's a fucking book for you. All the King's Men. Which is the book we're living in now. We're living in the plot against America. It's not something that could happen. It's not a what if. It's a now. It is a thing that is happening in front of us. What's the next thing we got to talk about? Gaza?
Hotel Gaza.
Welcome to the Hotel
All
Gaza.
right, everyone. Yeah, all right, everyone. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. We're going to get to it in just a second. I think we should read some of the chat a little bit.
We should.
Let's catch up.
I'll let you.
Let's see. And those guys were totally inept. ICE has been woefully in a woefully inefficient mess. Mercifully, it has. Let's see. Buttigieg was the transport secretary. He's really great, and I hope I'd also love to see him run one day. Wasn't he like a governor in Texas or something?
Who?
Was he the Pete Buttigieg?
No. He was a mayor of the city of South Bend, Indiana. Population like 100,000. He was mayor,
so
and then
wasn't like the
he ran for
gay and anti-gun guy.
That's him.
Oh, it was.
And he ran for president in 2020. He lost, but he was selected by Biden as the Secretary of Transportation. Turns out he did a really good job. He's one of the best ones we've had in a long, long time.
Well, hey, there you go. Let's see. Oh yeah, here's the quip. Gitmo is actually supposed to be on a lease with the U.S. paying Cuba, but we have an account. And we have an account we put money into, but Cuba refuses to take out the money because they see the base as illegitimate. Yeah, that's true. I also really want to know what that number is. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if somebody got access to that? Ooh, that's free money right there.
We put very little in nowadays because they don't take it.
Yeah. Violent criminals. Sure, let's see. If you're talking about prisons, I want you guys to look up V-coding and then remember that one of Trump's first actions was to sign an executive order to send trans women into men's prison. Look this up seriously. V-coding? What's V-coding?
V-coding. Let's let r/transgender do this one for us. It's when a trans woman is incarcerated together with a violent cis male, usually a sex offender, in order to keep him pacified and, of course, torture the woman.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. That doesn't make me want to vomit up the very lovely dessert that my girlfriend made for me.
I need food. You're reminding me I need food.
Sorry.
My lox and bagel did not last me very long.
We might do Hotel Gaza and then take a short break.
Might not be the worst idea.
Well, let's see. Remember last stream where we talked about the whole who's a citizen without birthright? Yeah, me. I do. Because if my birth certificate doesn't say that I'm a citizen of the country, what does? I don't know. Is it the fact of my skin color? Is that what we're on now? Or is it just arbitrary? Fucking... Might as well start ranting about borders, lines on maps, and look like I'm from Ace Combat. Let's see. Let's see. The foundation. This is the foundation of how to not be a tyrannical shithole. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Yeah. Dana Bain says...
And hang on. I want to point that out. That's actually interesting that you highlighted that. Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. All men. Men in this case being a word for humans.
Mm-hmm. As was the old-timey fashion to do so.
All men. Not all Americans. Not all colonists, not all settlers, not all citizens, not all Europeans, or all white people. All men are created equal, endowed by their creator, their God, with certain unalienable rights. Again, I don't agree, I'm not religious, I don't believe in God. But this kind of religion I can get behind. Mm-hmm. Even if I don't agree with it, from a purely strategic standpoint, I can get behind that. That God is a loving God, a New Testament God, who wants the best for humanity, for his creations, who has endowed us with certain inalienable rights that all of us share, regardless of race, of sex, of age, of sexual orientation, of political viewpoints, of religious persuasion, of immigration status in this case, of country of origin, of anything. All of us are supposed to be equal in the eyes of the God that these people have co-opted and have claimed as their mascot. How many fucking tweets and articles and pictures have you seen that implies that Trump either is God or is chosen by God? God didn't choose this. Did he literally say that in his inauguration? Probably. I didn't watch it. But this is who God chose? Not even the Old Testament, not even our God, our Jew God. I don't think even he would select Trump. He'd select somebody more efficient. And better with money. But
you said it, I didn't.
But it's true. Old Testament God and New Testament God are two entirely different characters. Old Testament God would not have selected Trump. And New Testament God would not have selected anybody from this rotten party. Joe Biden was your was your New Testament president. Was your love for all president. We had it. That was your Christian president. That was your president that prayed publicly. That went to church every Sunday. Mm-hmm. That was your Christian president. We might never have it again.
And you want to know something? He was also the fire and brimstone. I remember this. It was almost like 90s Biden woke up for a couple time or two. Right? This is America! Second to none! And we own the finish line!
When was that from? That was 2016.
Yeah. It was 2016? Really?
Yeah, it was the DNC. We own the finish line.
Let's see, what else we got here? Evangelicals have a bad habit of not following the Bible. At least the ones here in Arkansas have a hard time doing that. Boehner, you Arkansan. Fellow Arkansan in the chat. Represent. Oh, they've already left. Good night. But no, evangelicals, John 3:16 Christians, we could have a whole thing. I would love nothing more if we had a Christian individual. My dad is, but I live with him.
Oh, he's still here.
Oh, hey, Beans. How you doing? I am also I am a liver of this state. I live here. I like living here.
You are not the liver of this state. At best, you're like the gallbladder.
Damn! I mean, true, since I can't get a job. I mean, I do have a job, but I mean, a different job. A different job. But anyway. But no, hi, fellow Arkansan. Waves hand. But no, also live in Camden, which is a shithole. I'm so sorry. I live in NEA. I live in Northeast Arkansas, so picture that one out. But anyway, what was it? Evangelicals, I would love to pick the brain of an evangelical, because I want to know, how the fuck can they get behind? We've all seen the real culty church shit that evangelicals will do between, Trump, right? I have seen the fucking Facebook posts where they wheel in the baby on the fucking Trump fucking on the Trump fucking altar. You know the one?
Yep.
Like, I don't get why Christians specifically. Actually, I do. I do. It's because evangelicals are grifters. They're just grifters of a religious variety. They're in the same, like, business as tech bros, right? And the billionaire class. They're here to scam people. They're here to make money, except the product that they're selling is faith. Right? But how can somebody, like, read the New Testament? There's a really great scene from Peaky Blinders, right? I don't know if anybody here has watched Peaky Blinders. I haven't, but do it. It's great. Excuse me. And Alfie Solomons, the Jew, right? Which I fucking love Alfie so much. He's great. He looks at the main character's brother, who's just this stone-cold World War I vet killer. And he says, I understand you've allowed Jesus to come into your life, and I just want to know, how does that work with your line of work, mate? Because I do. If you've allowed Jesus to come into your life, how the fuck can you be a Republican? How does that work with your line of work, mate? Jesus lived among beggars and fishermen. Why don't you?
And his best friend was a prostitute.
His wife was a prostitute.
Well, he didn't have a wife per se, but...
Wife, quote unquote. Was
This
it
is-
Mary Magdalene?
Well,
Yeah.
he never married, which is very interesting, by the way. There was a whole doctrinal debate in early Christianity about whether marriage is even a good thing in the first place. They ended up on yes, of course, but there were pretty
Really?
prominent voices, I think either Paul or Peter, who were against it. Who were against any kind of sexual
hilarious
relations.
to think about.
Yeah. There's a clip you reminded me of from The Simpsons. We were just watching this episode with Frankie the other night, like a week or two ago. Where Homer leaves the church that they all go to, and Marge brings the Reverend to their home for dinner to try to convince him to come back to the church. And there's this excellent exchange between Homer and the Reverend, and I want to play it. And the reason I'm going to play it is it's what makes me what it makes me think of is or what made me think of it was, you want to go talk to an evangelical. This is what it would be like, because you have the leaders, your Joel Osteens, your Kenneth Copelands, your Franklin Graham, you know, all these people, your Jerry Falwell Jr.'s, who are very much know what they're doing and are profiteering from it. And then you have the masses, the indoctrinated masses, who don't really think. And this is what it reminds me of. Let me put it on.
Homer, you're crazy. Tell him this is all crazy.
Homer, I'd like you to remember Matthew 7:26. The foolish man who built his house on sand.
And you remember
Are you playing it?
Matthew
I wish you would
21:17.
stream it for me, because I've
And
not
he left
watched it. Or
them
send
and
it
went
to me
out
to
of the
watch.
city into
Wilson, shush.
on sand.
And you remember Matthew 21:17.
And he left them and went out of the city into Bethany, and he lodged there.
Yeah. Think about it.
That is essentially what a debate with an evangelical would look like, as far as I understand. Is you can debate them. Either they are part of the grift, or they are fully enthralled to it. There
I
you
wish
go.
I knew what was going on. I didn't see that clip.
I'll send it to you.
Fine. But let's continue to read the chat here. Malcolm tells
We're practically
how much
done
money. Yeah, and then thoughts on Fort Smith and Muldrow. I don't know anything about Muldrow. I have absolutely no idea where it is. Not a clue. And my thoughts on Fort Smith is it's a city. It's a city where I do not live. It's honestly one of the most irrelevant cities in Arkansas.
Damn.
Like,
like that.
I mean, like, there are smaller and shittier and worse cities that exist, right? But, like, Fort Smith doesn't have anything go on. Like, the military base is on the Texas side of the border. Like, the cities that people know Arkansas for are Little Rock, right, which is the state capital, Fayetteville, which has the University of Arkansas, go Razorbacks, Jonesboro, which has the Arkansas State University, go Red Wolves, and Texarkana, which has a Whataburger.
A funny name.
And that's it. Like, those are nobody. Oh, and West Memphis, because gambling and casinos, and that's it.
All right. Do we want to
Like,
go
Fort
over...
Smith doesn't even factor. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to take a short break.
No, hang on. Let's do Gaza, and then...
Oh, yeah, we're going to do Gaza. We're going to do Gaza first. We're going to do Gaza.
Let's do Gaza, and then we'll take a break. Food's ready, apparently. So, good, because
right.
I'm starving, and I'm falling asleep. So...
My boy is hungry.
Yeah, when I'm hungry and I have to do things, I just kind of go...
Honk shoe,
so,
honk shoe.
Hong Shu, me. So... Yeah, so, Hotel Gaza. This has been Trump's main thing, aside from the Gulf of America, that he's been spearheading for the last week.
We're going to take it over. We're going to develop it, folks.
And so I don't think this is actually going to happen. I think it is very much just he overdosed on Sudafed. But at the same time, it's kind of a perfect solution if you're Netanyahu, isn't it? You don't want to occupy it. You don't want to deal with it. And you don't want the Palestinians to control it. Trump wants to? Oh, great, let him. Who cares? It's not like he cares about the civilian lives or where they go or what happens to them. But he doesn't want it to be his problem. That's made him super unpopular, and it's why he'll hopefully lose the next election in Israel. Let Trump deal with it. He wants it, let him have it. You know, it's like if the UK had the option to just give Northern Ireland to somebody other than themselves or Ireland. Like, oh yeah, Portugal, have a blast. Enjoy.
Hotel Gaza, aka any percent speed running to death of your administration. Like, here,
no, that's
I'm a
tariffs.
little bit more. Well, yeah, that's tariffs. But yeah, like, dudes, I'm definitely a little bit more left leaning than Jacob whenever it comes to this. But like, he does, especially whenever it comes to Gaza, he does not like throwing around the G word. I will, especially if I like to call it as I see it. And we're going to take over Gaza. We're going to redevelop it, beachfront property, displace. You know, there are only like 2 million people live there. So if you displace 100,000, right? We're in genocide territory. Like, we are in active genocide territory. Perhaps not extermination genocide.
There's a difference
territory.
between genocide and ethnic cleansing, and ethnic cleansing in some ways is worse. If you're dead, you're dead. But if you're without a home and nowhere wants to take you, that's worse than death. Ethnic cleansing is what we're looking at. Now, it's not going to actually happen. Like, I really don't believe that this is something that he'll go ahead with, especially because this is the one thing so far that I've seen the Republicans sort of stand up to him on, because it is such a bafflingly stupid policy. I don't think it's solidified enough in the Republican zeitgeist to actually happen. If he had a third non-consecutive term, it would probably get Greenlanded and just sort of be solidified in the zeitgeist enough to be a real thing. Right now, it's very much what Greenland was in his first term, I think. I hope. But the implications of the fact that he's even talking about it is... And of course, if it actually happens, well... the pro-peace ticket, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Listen, I don't know where you get the idea that you're more left-wing on this than I am. I often get the impression that it's the opposite way around. Because I'm Jewish, because I have family in Israel, I'm a lot closer to this conflict. And I understand how the Palestinian people feel. They feel the same way that the Jews do or did for a long time. They have no home, no one wants them, and there's mutual animosity there. They're trapped. They have nowhere to go. And nothing they can do. Very sympathetic position. Now, at the same time, I've never taken circumstances as an excuse for awful actions. Like, I don't care if you were raised by awful people or if you were abused as a child. That's not an excuse to be a terrible person. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse. I never took that with individuals, and I don't take it with groups of people either. Oh, but the Germans, their economy was bad, and the Treaty of Versailles was so mean to them. I don't care. They still chose Hitler. They didn't have to. That was a choice they made freely. There were other choices. There were better choices. They chose that. Same thing with Trump. We chose this. So I have very little sympathy in that sense. The Palestinians keep choosing violence. They keep choosing an attempted genocide of the Israelis. They keep attacking, and they refuse any sort of peace deal. There was a peace deal in 1990-something that would have had the Palestinian Liberation Organization gain 97% of the West Bank, including most of East Jerusalem. 97%, and that wasn't good enough for them. I blame them for a lot of their own suffering. That's my sort of controversial, I guess, Zionist opinion or whatever. You make your bed, then you lie in it. You can't choose something and then complain about it. You know, like, this was George Carlin back in the day said, like, if you voted for the current administration, you're not allowed to complain about it.
Yeah.
Same thing with Palestinians. They repeatedly choose violence. I mean, they did. They overwhelmingly support Hamas. There are protests because Hamas are terrible administrators. But all in all, what we see is bread and circuses, and we see massive crowds in the streets cheering. And it's not like North Korea, where they're obviously being forced or where they've just been so indoctrinated that they don't know any other way. They genuinely love them because all they really want is blood. And that is their culture. It is a culture of violence. It is a culture of ethnic supremacy, much like the one that is developing in Israel now among Jewish extremists. And both are equally bad. But one of them is a lot more mature and fermented than the other, and a lot more entrenched and solidified. They cheer for these murders. They cheer for these hostages being held. They cheer for the rockets being thrown at Israel. And I understand why. I understand the circumstances that led them there, but circumstances are insufficient for me. They made us do it? No, they didn't. You chose this. So that's my angle on it. But, that being said, if Trump actually somehow manages to do it, claims Gaza as his territory, I say his territory, our territory, but his territory, there will be war. These are people who have been bred for war. They've chosen violence. Like I said, they've chosen violence repeatedly over the last, well, since Israel has existed, but especially the last 20 years. They keep choosing violence. If we come in there and try to start building, they're gonna make Afghanistan look like a joke. Afghanistan, we're fighting in the mountains, ambushes in the countryside. Gaza is one big city. It's Gaza, Rafah, and Khan Yunis. Basically, 3 big cities that are all basically connected to each other. Just one big mega city that's ruined now after a year of warfare. So imagine Stalingrad, basically, in the Middle East. That's what we're going to end up. I almost hope it happens. Because, like that one person said, any percent speed running the death of your administration. That happens, it's over. He's gone. Can't rig the election. Can't do shit. No one wants to be there. Even Republicans don't want to be there. It's a terrible idea and everyone knows it. Hotel Gaza, ladies and gentlemen.
Hotel Gaza. I mean, you took the words straight out of my mouth. Like, I don't even think Netanyahu wants this.
I don't think you wouldn't mind. You know why? Because if he doesn't have to deal with Gaza, because he knows we can't actually pacify Gaza. There's no way in hell we can do that. But it'll keep them distracted for a while, and it'll allow him to move military forces into the West Bank and fully annex it, which is what he's wanted to do for years. It's a very smart play if you're Netanyahu. You obviously didn't plan this if you're Netanyahu, but suddenly this moron comes to you and says, hey, what if I took over it? He's like, quick mental calculations. What is his main goal? It's annexing the West Bank. Oh, this lets me do that. Because I don't have to station shitloads of military forces in Gaza. It's your problem now. Of course, Mr. President. All yours. So I think he does want this. I think he would love it if it actually happened. It would make his life so much easier.
I mean, his whole political capital right now is based on just, like, the war in Gaza. Like, he was on the ropes prior to October the 5th. He was dissolving, like, constitutional courts and shit, and now here we are.
So there we are.
Yeah. It's... Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Let's see.
What?
I'm trying to find his approval ratings. Let's see. Where's his second term stuff? I can't find his second term.
It's hidden from you by the deep state.
I'm trying to find... Here it is. 47%. And that's from his first week. This is Gallup. They haven't updated it. $2025. Again, this is January 21 to 27. Approve, 47%. Disapprove, 48%. No opinion, 4%.
Of Trump's?
Mm-hmm. Watch it crater.
I'm watching.
I really want to talk to the 6% of Democrats who approve of Trump's job in office.
Yeah. What do you think you're going to get out of them? Common sense?
No, but a fun story.
Fun being a relative term.
Yep. Alright, it is 9:39. We're going to take a break. It is 9:39. I'll be back, let's say 10:15, say 35 minutes. So mark it on your damn clocks. This worked very well last time, and we're going to do it again. 35 minutes, I'll be back. I will eat food and drink tea and replenish my energy before we get into what are our next topics. The press, the January 6th pardons, the purge of the FBI, the Department of Government Efficiency redux, the OPM and OMB, and America's constitutional crisis. All that after the break. And now I need like a NPR-style musical transition.
After these few messages.
After these messages, I'm now going to put on the screen, and we'll be back in 35 or so minutes. Adios.
All right. How long have we
Alright. Guess who's back? Back again! Who do we got? How many people we got? We got... The audio stream's current bitrate is 0, lower than the recommended. That's nice. That's not ideal. How we doing there? Wilson, hello? He's late. Well, I'm back. I returned. I'm back. All is well.
I feel better.
You're late. You son of a bitch, you. Also, I had the music going the whole time, and I'm pretty sure none of them heard it because I had my desktop audio off. That's awesome.
You are excellent.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm great. I'm wonderful. Alright. Let's get back to work. It says the audio streams...
Hello, everybody.
It says the audio stream's current bitrate, parentheses, 0, is lower than the recommended bitrate. Which is awesome, but I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think it's just because I had my audio off the whole time. We should be alright. Let me reload that.
Well, sorry everyone that you didn't get to hear our lovely advertisement music.
Yeah. Well, whatever. We're fine. Y'all hear me? I assume somebody does, because somebody says nope was dead silent, which is a direct response to the thing that I said. So, shall we... Oh, dear. Shall we resume?
I think we shall.
Can you hear us? Give me 1 minute, and I'll be right back, and we'll resume.
Background a little quieter, please.
Well, I'm sorry. I need to have a little bit of peace and quiet. All right, we're already... Wow. What a disciplined audience we have. We jumped down to... We got down to 3, and now we're up to 10 again. Let's see if we can get back to 20. All right.
Damn.
I can unpin that message. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I think it's about to be my turn to yap.
It
here
is
for a minute.
finally your turn, which is good because I was kind of falling asleep as I was talking earlier.
Bruh, that's not...
I am underslept.
Politics are not supposed to be that boring. Yeah, that you are.
Boring, no, but exhausting,
boy.
very. Alright, let's turn this off. We're back in business, ladies and gents.
Alright, so ladies and gents, I won't detain your fun. Well, we're gonna hop straight into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you all a little bit this evening about the evaporating press freedoms under the Trump presidency. And it's bad. I mean, we're gonna beat the horse. We're gonna beat the it's bad horse to death. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna call it like we see it. It's the White House newsroom is now effectively pay to play. So you had 1 billion libel lawsuits by Trump before he got elected, right? Targeting news agencies that were running all the way up until he got elected. And then in this measure, after he gets elected, they start kowtowing to him. They start settling with him behind the table, right? There's this, hey, we won't come after you, you won't come after us. We're going to bury the hatchet, we're going to pretend that this is all normal, and we're going to carry on with ourselves. This is what the news media is now. We've got pay to play in the White House. The news media is paying for privileged access to the White House. And in the news correspondence room, we've got right-wing outlets, right? We've got we've got news that is either owned directly or indirectly by some of the same people who were up there sitting with him in the billionaire robber barons during inauguration with him. So we got a problem. We have many problems, but this is a direct. This is pay to play. You pay us for the privilege of coming and being able to interview with the White House, with public servants, right? And we will only let people in here that we like. That we like. It's maintaining this facade of high opinion. Like, oh, the American people love you so much. We're going to get in only the people who's going to come in and effectively jerk Trump off to interview him, to not ask him the hard questions, right? We're going to control access to the President of the United States behind a paywall. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It is another one of those disgusting tactics. I'm Jacob, I've got to be entirely honest with you. You're effectively going to college to be a journalist. I can bring this up. I can bring up the stuff that's happening here, but this is I don't want to say this is dark. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Like, this is, I don't want to call it, is it an innovative way of attacking First Amendment press freedoms?
It's not really the First Amendment, though, is it? Because the First Amendment is the right to free speech, you know, and the right to speak to people. Like, the White House, from a constitutional standpoint, has every right to not talk to the media at all, or to only talk to the media they want to. There's nothing illegal or unconstitutional. Immoral, but not illegal. It doesn't go. It goes against the spirit of the Constitution, I guess, but that's not a real, like, thing that you can enforce and define. That's just kind of a concept that we all agreed on up until we didn't anymore. So I don't see the First Amendment angle exactly. What I see is more so, like, right-wing media has such a stranglehold over these massive swaths of the American public, and now, if you're media that he doesn't like, no matter how much you suck up to him, the fucking ABCs and CNNs and New York Times and Washington Posts of the world that have wasted the last, 4 years sucking up to him, it's not enough. Because they used to be against him. And that fucking man holds a grudge. So I don't see the First Amendment angle so much as I see the cronyism angle. It is the President of the United States saying, either blow me verbally, or literally, or pay me, or I won't talk to you, peasants. That's the angle I see. What do you think? What's your take?
I can definitely see that. I won't lie. It's more what we've come to. It's more of what we have come to expect out of the Trump White House, isn't it?
Right House.
It's more.
You damn spiffy! It's the fucking Right House.
But it's more. You're right. I must definitely have misspoke, because it's more cronyism. It's more paying for privileged access. It's more touting him up as this deity, god-like figure. Well, he's not. Right? Like, it's grift. It's grift. And I don't know how people are falling for it. I really don't. Do they just take it at face value? I really don't know.
No.
Like, I would like to think the American people are not that stupid, but I
Well, listen, after the last election, you really still believe that phrase means anything? The American people aren't that stupid? Yeah, they are. Remember, we voted for this as a country. I didn't. You didn't. but the
didn't
majority,
vote for this.
the majority of this country,
vote for this.
and last time you talked about like the voter roll purge, and that may very well be true. I believe it pretty unquestioningly because it very much sounds like the sort of thing they do. But he didn't win 49.3% of the vote. He won 45. Like, that we are even there, that any number of people even close to that would vote for such a person. We're already in deep shit at that point.
Yeah.
That's that. What else we got here? We got,
I think
oh, the
deep shit would be an
Pentagon.
understatement.
The Pentagon. I want you to do that one.
Pentagon.
Oh, yeah.
What can I say about the Pentagon?
Similar to what we've been
instead
talking
of-
about.
Traditional media kicked out of the Pentagon, replaced by right-wing outlets. I wrote this down.
It might have been me. Oh, okay.
I
So,
think it might have been you.
this is
I
similar
don't-
to
I
what's
don't know
happening.
what we're going up with it.
So, the certain news outlets, like the New York Times, Washington Post, major news outlets, had offices either in or very near the Pentagon for a long time. Now they don't. They are being replaced by Fox News, OAN, and Breitbart.
Breitbart in the Pentagon. What will he do? Nothing good.
Here, let me find an article. Media offices and Pentagon being removed. Here it is. NBC News. Let me...
I found it. You found it, ladies and gentlemen.
This is from February 1. Pentagon removes major media outlets, including NBC News, from dedicated workstations in the new rotation program. NBC News, New York Times, NPR, and Politico must vacate their office spaces in 2 weeks for other news organizations, including at least one that did not request to be added.
Wow.
And they'll be replaced by... I'm not sure if I... Here it is. The new outlets rotating in...
Just wow. I mean,
Here it is. The new outlets rotating in are One America News Network, which will take NBC News' spot, the New York Post, Breitbart News Network, and HuffPost. HuffPost is interesting, by the way, as it says here. That's a very progressive outlet. But, you know, nobody reads HuffPost, so that doesn't fucking matter. This is where we're at, is that the federal government is allowing its privileged media outlets access, the people who will, you know, shout their praises over the megaphone, while locking out real journalists. Now, like you said, I'm going to school essentially to be a journalist, which the reason I left Cal Poly is I'm not learning anything. I've been doing journalism consistently for 6 years. Mm-hmm. There's plenty I have left to learn, but there's nothing I have left to learn in school. I, need to be out there in the real world actually doing shit. But what I've seen during my time in college journalism programs is that we are so far behind the curve. Journalists as like a class of people. We're so far behind. We are so outflanked. We don't even understand what's going on. We keep trying to... It's like what I was saying with my uncle. We keep trying to operate in a framework of reality that stopped existing a couple years ago. And we keep trying to swim against a current that has changed course. But we keep stubbornly doing the same thing. Because in the 2010s, you were pretty likely to hit on the correct answer, more or less, if you leaned somewhere between the parties. Because if Obama would exaggerate and McConnell would lie a little bit and obfuscate the truth. But if you chart a line between them, if you chart a line between Scylla and Charybdis, you'll get to the other side relatively unharmed. But that's not the case anymore, because Democrats still obfuscate and exaggerate and this and that. They're Democrats, whatever. But they don't up and fucking lie. And when they do, it's a big story. And it's made a big story by these media outlets. Meanwhile, Trump is just a megaphone for bullshit. He lies like he breathes. I don't think it's something he thinks about. I don't think it's something he plans out. If I'm going to lie to somebody, like me personally, I think about it beforehand. I think about what I'm going to say, how I'm going to say it, the reason I'm doing it. Like, I think all these things through. I don't think he does that. I think it just happens. Like he farts. He breathes, he blinks. You don't think about it, it just happens. Your body is just doing something. I think that's how he is with lying. But the media stubbornly goes along with both sides kind of shit. And in their effort to do so, they obfuscate what Trump is doing and blast what Democrats are doing. Because, you know, it's sort of, if you have a car that's about to tip over a cliff, what do? You go to the back of the car, you put all your weight on the back to maintain some kind of balance. Well, now we have Democrats who are essentially the same that they've been for the past 20 years, while you have Republicans careening off the cliff of misinformation and bullshit. So to try to maintain some kind of semblance of balance, they have to put all the pressure on that stable side to try and even it out. But of course, we're not on a cliff. We're in free fall. We're already falling. There's no cliff. Cliff's above us. We're already falling. And they keep trying to even the car out while we're falling to our inevitable fiery death and destruction and brains splattering everywhere. With the blood and the gore and fire and such.
The blood and the gore on the Hollywood shore.
I'm doing the fucking Simpsons, the Hyven and the Maven and the Hyvey.
Hollywood great.
Yeah, but seriously, that's I think where we're at. As, liberally speaking, a journalist, as a journalism student, as a journalism observer and participant, I just find myself deeply disappointed in what I guess you call my colleagues. When I was in Cal Poly, one of my assignments, I had to do a video. What was it? No, it was a photo story, and I needed to do an interview with someone. And the beat that I chose was like politics and government, since that's like the thing that I do. That's what I'm best at. That's what I'm interested in. And I went to interview the chairman of the San Luis Obispo County Democratic Party. And when I pitched that idea, you have to pitch your ideas to the professor. When I pitched that idea, she's like, that's fine, but when are you going to do a story about the Republicans? This isn't like a right-leaning woman. She's from like Los Angeles. She's worked in news for years. She's a professor at a major university. She's not like right-wing. But still this idea of equal coverage. You know what? I actually, because I did want to do both, I went on the website of the San Luis Obispo Republic. Let me actually show you. I can just show it. Here. Look. If I go to the Democratic Party website for San Luis Obispo, they have this nice, professional website. They have all sorts of links. They tell me where their headquarters is. They give me their contact information. Like, I can go find events on their calendar. If it'll ever load. And say it was a great website. There's a donation link. You can register to vote. You can get updates on politics. You can join Democratic clubs locally. This is the county, right? Which is pretty large. And then there's also About Us, which will tell you who the central committee is and who you can talk to. And they have, here he is, Tom Folks, the chairman, who is the guy that I interviewed. And I met a couple of these people, too, in the process. And they have all this information. There's events. Look at this. Nice, detailed, professional count. I go to the Slow County Republicans. What do they have? They have this 2006 ass website. They've updated it. This is better than it was. Look at what is this widescreen ass?
Was Trump wins. Wide Trump walking.
What? No, and this is all they've got. So they've got endorsed candidates. They have fucking this ridiculous nonsense with a true patriot. They have their headquarters here. They have this ridiculous image and this ridiculous infomercial looking thing. They have a donation link, a volunteer link. Maybe they now have... They have an About Us page now. They didn't before. This wasn't here before.
This is like a meme format, someone says. So true. So true.
A little bit. The Trump wins thing? Yeah, totally. I could totally do something with this. Especially if I, like... If I go and widen this just a little bit more... Here. Like, I'm absolutely just turn this into like a deep fried meme.
Wide meme template.
I can absolutely do this. It won't even take that long. Here, ah, shit, hang on. There. There we go. This is kind of what this reminded me of. What was that Lincoln picture? That's a good question. I'd like to find that out myself. Where was that? It was an About Us, I think. They have... Is this AI? This is AI generated. This is a WordPress site! Anyway, do you see why I interviewed one of them and not the other?
Oh my god.
AI Lincoln. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god.
I know, very, very quickly. If my internet will ever...
Just bruh.
No, the photo is real, but they photoshopped it in front of some generic columns, so it's not AI. It's a real photo. Artificially colorized and placed in front of whatever this is. Could be the Treasury, could be the White House, could be anything. Greek columns, anywhere in DC, basically. And that was like a tangent, but you get the point. We're expected to maintain balance in an unbalanced situation. It's not possible. There is no both sides. There is liars, and there is the truth. The truth knows no party lines. But right now, bullshit very much does. It's all on one side right now, or almost all. There's my diatribe about the media, there's me being sad about the state of journalism, and there's me wondering what happened to my bitrate. Anyway, it reeks of AI. Yeah, that's the same thing I'm thinking. Alright, what do we have next? What have we got?
The January 6th prosecutors being fired and the FBI agents. This happened earlier, 2 weeks ago. This happened pretty much immediately after our first Fireside chat.
Mm-hmm. So it's 6,000 people or so, right?
What, the prosecutors and the Jan Sixers?
No. Here. Let's see. How many are there? Trying to find
take things very serious here, folks.
Oh, wait, do I? Oh, I certainly do. Let's see. President Donald Trump intended to fire some of the FBI personnel who worked on Capitol riot cases, asserting without providing evidence that some of them were corrupt. I will fire some of them, Trump said in answer to a reporter's question at a news conference in Washington with the Japanese Prime Minister. He added, "We had some corrupt agents, and those people are gone or they will be gone, and it will be done quickly and surgically." Oh yes, quick and surgical. Those are the words I think of when I think of Donald John Trump. Quick and surgical. Like everything he does.
Oh yeah, quick and surgical.
Show you quick and surgical.
It's probably what Ivanka said in bed.
To whom?
Who do you think?
Oh dear. Oh my. Scandals.
Oh my.
Elon is gonna whoop you. Elon's gonna find you, and his
This is Daily
broccoli-haired
Confusion,
Zoomer goon squad will find you in the night.
His broccoli-haired Zoomer Goon Squad.
But anyway, they were
They'll
about...
find me in the night, will they?
Here, Trump DOJ, this is from January 31st. If it ever loads, what's going on with my internet? Oh dear. Oh well, we'll have to deal with it. What do I think of AI? I hate it. It's useless. Next. Trump DOJ demands a list of thousands of FBI agents and others who worked on January 6th and Trump investigations for
And
possible
others.
firing. And others. For possible firing. Yeah. More than a dozen prosecutors who worked on January 6th cases were fired by the Justice Department on Friday. I wish they wouldn't do fucking that stupid format. Friday was the 31st. Oh, this article was published on the 31st. So on the 31st, more than a dozen prosecutors who worked on J6 cases were fired. And
Like, this is just retaliation, right?
there's
Like, I
supposed to
don't
be-
think we need to beat around the bush. This is clearly retaliation.
And there's gonna be more, because they're trying to confirm, and I'm sure they will. There are no good Republicans. For a while, it looked like Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Mitch McConnell might be the bulwark here. They're not. It's an act. I don't know what they genuinely believe, and I honestly couldn't care less. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what they believe, I care how they vote. And they vote with the time. Except for that one guy that they made a big spectacle over, who Vance got in with a tiebreaker anyway. So, Kash Patel, who they're trying to put in as FBI director, I don't believe he's been confirmed yet. They're going to confirm Tulsi Gabbard, which is just absurd.
It's upsetting.
That's a whole other story, but she hasn't been confirmed yet. We'll wait about that. He hasn't been nominated. He hasn't been confirmed yet. But Kash Patel, a conspiracy theorist, Trump loyalist, he wrote a kid's book about the fucking Russia investigations, which is just amazing.
It's lovely.
He was involved in the first Trump presidency. He is a supporter. During his first hearing, he refused to acknowledge that Joe Biden was the president. Or no, the way he was asked, will you publicly acknowledge
so
that Joe
charming.
Biden was legitimately elected in 2020? His answer, I think this was him. It could have been one of the other cronies. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. But he said, I acknowledge that Joe Biden was president. Very sneaky way of...
How considerate.
I acknowledge that Joe Biden was president. This is just very helpful. And on that point, I bring you to your next section.
Yeah, so the January 6th pardons pardoned everyone,
and pardoned them for a wide variety of things. It wasn't just, it was a clean slate, dog. Like, it was just a clean slate. So, in November, in Fox News, what does he say? Now, we're definitely going to pardon some people because, you know, January 6th was our thing, right? But we're only going to pardon the nonviolent ones. We're going to pardon, you know, the people who didn't attack cops. If you attacked cops, if you were violent, you're still staying in jail. You're still being convicted. Day one, we didn't get to talk about this, but day one, pedophiles, pardoned.